Good morning, good day, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to a new live stream of DrTorment. As you've seen from the title, I have myself two guests to definitely not forced to be here, but they are here nonetheless. Please give a warm welcome to a dear friend of mine that actually inspired me to start networking online with other narrators and other creators in general, and also someone I had the privilege of being. I've known him for over a year now. Please welcome TJ Hodder, the creator of the horror podcast Tapes of Trepidation. Welcome to the stream, TJ. Oh my god. Oh, hold on, that's my end. So, as I said, a very dear friend of mine and creator of of the Tapes and Trepidation podcast, TJ Hodder. TJ, here's your second go.
Hello, my dear doctor, and hello to all of my fellow inmates of the Asylum Tormentorum. I'm very happy to be here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. I was a fan first, Dr. T, so this is really cool to get to hang out here with you on the live stream and all your wonderful listeners and watchers.
No, I should thank you, you know.
Well,
Because it was basically thanks to the first interview we ever did on your other channel, the Hodder Show. That kind of got the ball rolling on my end to start interact more with, well, other creators such as yourself and, say, the likes of Lady Spucaria and Duchess of Darkness and so on. Because before that, I was a bit of an isolationist, I'd say.
a bit of a recluse, perhaps.
Bit of a recluse, perhaps, yes. I was trying to be humble. Please don't ruin my humble image.
Well, what's interesting is like when we linked up. For those who don't know, we like you were saying earlier, we have been interacting and collaborating for well over, a year and
well over a
couple
year
of
by
months. Yeah, absolutely, well over a year, and it all started. Our tale begins when our dear Dr. Torment messaged me on Reddit. Yes, when you reached out to do a story of mine.
That I did.
Yes, yes. She won't stop screaming. For those of you who are longtime listeners of Dr. Torment, if you haven't heard She Won't Stop Screaming, please go check it out. He did an incredible job. The story is meh. I'm not going to put myself over or anything. I think it's okay.
It's a good story. What are you talking about?
Well, the narration you did for it was just out of this world. And I was like, who is this guy? Because I'd had people narrated my stories from Reddit before. And this was also before I did narration myself. Well, I dabbled a little bit in my other podcasts, but I'm sure we'll get to that at some point. But what you did with that story, it was just like next level. The sound design, the production, the narration. I was like, I need to get to know this guy. I need to. I didn't know at the time, like end up becoming actual, like, legit friends, which is, that's the most important thing to me is your friendship at this point, to be sappy for a second.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy.
You're making me cry. Why you make me cry?
Getting all sentimental here on this stream.
What have I ever done to you?
Well, and so once for those who don't know, I do have another podcast called The Hodder Show. It's an interview podcast I've been doing for a little over 8 years. And I had you on for an interview, which was a ton of fun. And I think we were like, half an hour into the interview. and it was going well. It was going pretty like standard issue for me, talking about your channel and you getting into horror and stuff. But then it turned into just a 25-minute conversation about Star Wars.
Oh yes, the infamous rant we had.
Yes, and afterwards, I want to say we must have kind of talked quite a bit more afterwards about just like random stuff when we were off air.
Right.
And I was like,
I mean, we did.
this is just a great dude. Like, I want to be this guy's friend. So I think I invited you to my Discord, and the rest is history.
Yeah, the rest of history. My god, the things we have been through at this point.
Yeah. It's been a long year and a bit.
a long year and a bit. There you said it. There you said it. Hold on, I'm just trying to do something because I forgot something to prepare for the stream, which is...
Oh, that's all good.
Well, no, that's... Because you are the creator of Tapes of Trepidation.
Creator, narrator...
Creator, narrator...
Producer...
Director.
Director. I always it's always awkward whenever like for my I have a show on my Patreon I do just for my patrons called Within the Archive, and it's like a behind the scenes thing, and anytime I introduce myself I'm always like, yes, I am the dude who does stuff, because it's
the dude who does stuff.
Yes, because I always feel like it's weird to be like, yes, I am the creator, narrator, sound designer, producer. Like, I give myself credits in the episodes and in the show notes, but it's just, I don't know. I always feel like I'm like tuning my own horn a bit much. But
I mean, you humble Mr. Hodder here, tuning his horn too much. No, nothing of the sort.
Also, real quick, Cryptic Tales. What's up? How's it going?
Hey, Cryptic.
He said, yo, did he just say Insane Asylum? I did. I tried to say Asylum Tormentorum.
Which is the name of the Discord server and also the lore name of the asylum we are all part of.
I tried to type that to you, but I said Torment.
Yeah, I was about to say, you pronounced it better than you're typing it, TJ.
Yes, well, because I was trying to do it silently and quickly.
Silently and quickly didn't... In type.
Yes. I tried to put a silencer on my keyboard, but it didn't work.
No.
It's only it sounds like this. It goes...
That happens. I'm gonna have a little look at the chat, see who all has joined us. So I already said hello to Jinxie, hello, who is a beloved Patreon member, and my first Patreon member, I need to say now, every stream, since she corrected me.
Same here, actually. She's also was my first patron, and also, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I always love to steal people from you. Hello, Julie. Julie is here too. Hello, hello. Cindy and Marty. Hello as well. I thought I spotted someone else there. Isha, hi.
And happy birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday to your 20th birthday, Isha. And hello to Kitty Cat. The Kitty Chaos has started very early, I see.
The Kitty Chaos. I'm sure at some point you will hear some Kitty Chaos from the kitties over on my end of the world here.
I mean, yeah, sure, but for now, enjoy mine. Let me see. Jinxie says her kitties. No, Jinx, they are not yours. They're mine. You are not gonna get them. Point de finale.
You're just gonna like wake up one morning, and they're just gonna be gone, and there's gonna be a note.
I'd like, not be surprised, actually. I'd actually not be surprised if that was the case. Oh, wait, I see my chat box is a little weird there, so need to change that. Just a sec.
You do your thing. I will continue to interact with people. Cindy Cleveland also joined your Patreon. Well, thank you for joining us, Patreon.
Cindy indeed didn't... yes, indeed, she is the latest to join. That is true.
Whoops.
What?
Okay. So I was trying to reply to Cryptic Tales. He said, "Yo, TG sounds like a hella cool guy. I'm not gonna lie." Well, thank you so much. I
Well,
appreciate that.
he
I
is
tried to
hell of a
reply,
cool
and I
guy.
almost reported him. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna just
Wait.
do this.
Don't
dude.
don't
Oh, no.
report people that are nice to you, TJ.
Also, by the way, Cryptic, you have an awesome channel. I was gonna reach out to you, but I haven't had a chance yet.
You're also familiar
Awesome
with his channel since last stream that I did with Cryptic, I believe, right?
Yes.
He does have a fascinating channel. Like, we went into a little bend for like 20 minutes about serial killers. I love it so much to discuss that.
Mm-hmm. I am, for those who, so I'm in the podcast world, which is just the audio world, you know, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Audible, things of that nature. I do have a YouTube channel for my content, but I am not in the, I don't like to classify myself in the YouTube narrator world just because I don't do video the same way you guys do. It's no knock or anything. It's just I don't like to say, "Oh, I'm also a YouTube narrator," because
you elitist, I knew it.
No, not at all. Apparently CM still can't hear anything. I don't
CM, wait, Julie, you can't hear anything?
You can't.
I think it's something on your side then, because I think everybody else can hear TJ. Assuming.
CM.
Everybody, go to the chat and say if you can hear TJ singing or not. TJ sing.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Do do do.
Okay, now don't take it too much now.
It's easy 'cause you're beautiful.
Oh god. What?
Hang on, I gotta go for the high F. Hang on.
Questioning life's decisions now, but go ahead.
That's a bit from South Park. For those my older millennium. Dr. Torment, man, the fuck is this? Sorry, Cryptic.
Well, here's the thing, Cryptic. Someone said that they couldn't hear TJ or anyone talking, I think. And so I asked TJ to sing a little bit, and everybody can react if they can hear him sing.
Yes. I don't know what's going on with CM thing.
I think device audio. You should, Julie, if you're still listening, check device audio or something, or maybe the headphones or AirPods you're using are not working correctly. I am out of options on my end. Oh yeah, or reload, as TJ said, indeed.
Yeah, she tried that, so
Jinxie. Ooh, do we get to put in requests? Ah, yes. So, TJ, that is something I also do with the audience sometimes. Sometimes I let them choose something to read, but there are rules.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, kitty. So there are rules to that. So, obviously they have to be either in public domain or from the creepypasta wiki. If it's a Reddit post, then there should be explicit permission first for that. Something like that.
Well,
that's about the only rule. So if anyone has any requests for narrations, by all means do put them forth. But I also need to underline the point that TJ went above and beyond for preparing to the stream, and does have one or two tales of his own to tell.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4 short stories prepared to
My, okay.
to narrate.
That is preparation.
Cindy is waiting for some groceries to be delivered. Cryptic said, "I see." Anyway, I'm a BRB. Yeah, I won't be singing. I promise. That was just for the lulls.
Jinxie was saying
Jinxie
song requests.
Song requests. Sorry, Sam. I don't know what's going on with the audio. I don't.
We don't do song requests anymore.
Yeah, I don't really understand.
Because you were singing for the testing.
Let the voting begin.
Oh God, no!
What have I singing? Let the voting begin.
What have I started?
Would you guys vote me out on American Idol? Come on, or Canadian Idol for me, I guess. But whatever.
Right,
the Asylum's Got Talent. Let's go.
We do. I wasn't aware.
Yeah. Asylum's Got Talent coming soon. Asylum's got cat talent coming
Oh,
soon
God.
to the DrTorment Discord or yeah, let's make it a Discord exclusive.
And Jinxie saying, I know which song I want the Doctor to ding. Wahahaha. I'm pretty sure she meant sing there, but I like to read correctly what is written.
That's the best way to be.
There you go.
Sometimes you asked me to sing, and I sang.
This is actually the first time I ever asked you to sing anything.
Yes, well, I've never claimed to be a singer, even though I used to quote unquote front bands back in the day. But
right,
yeah,
you did.
Wasn't my thing.
Right, you were
I didn't
in a
sing
band.
like that. I use that term loosely, but yes.
a band's a band. Like, did you play an instrument?
Yes.
You were in a band. There you go.
Yay. We wrote songs and so forth. We had a MySpace, so I mean,
Oh my, a MySpace. Oh god, that sounds so ancient now.
We are old, dude. We are old.
Speak for yourself. I'm young in spirit.
Bro, you're younger than me. Don't even.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I'm 32
old man.
going on 22. It's fine.
See, old man. How dare you say anything about me? But, TJ, before we're getting a little bit derailed here, because I can sense that coming at one point.
Oh, it already is. But what's
already a little bit, yeah. You said you were from Canada, right?
Indeed.
Are the goose or the geese, whatever the word is, really as aggressive as the meme show?
Hello, Jessica.
Hello, Blueberry.
Oh, Blueberry. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yes, the geese, Canadian geese, they really are as aggressive as you have heard. For those who do not know, where I work, my day job, my real job, we have tons, just swarms of geese all the time, and they walk into the middle of the road, and
Jesus.
These little buggers will just like stare you down. Like they will not.
Come on,
they will
run
not
me
allow
over.
you-
I dare
Yeah,
you.
They'll be like, bro, I dare you. I dare you. Now, I do have a really quick funny story when I was a child that I was chased by a Canadian goose once.
Oh god, this sounds like a Sheldon story when he was chased by a chicken. Did you climb in a tree too?
So I was, oh gosh, I think I was like 8 or 9 years old, and I walked out back. I grew up in the country, and I walked out back, and there was just these two Canadian geese, which, by the way, they shouldn't have been where they were. So unfortunately, one of them was probably injured, which sucks. What's up, Neil? I'm old too, buddy. Another patron of Tapes Trepidation. Hello, Neil.
Hey, Neil.
Also, obviously, fan of DrTorment. I was looking at these geese, and I was like, oh, they're geese. I thought geese were friendly. So I started walking towards it, and of course, it starts honking at me. It's like, ha, ha, whatever they sound like. I can't do it, obviously. What the hell was that noise I just made? Anyway, we're gonna
Trust me, we are all wondering this.
No.
Yes.
I'm in full speaking mode, not Foley mode. Not that I can do honking anyway, but I started walking towards this thing, and it started. Little did I know it was also baring its teeth at me. Because those of you who don't know, they have a lot of teeth. And it starts running at me. The male did, and I thought it was like just playing with me. So it was like maybe a foot away from me, and then all I hear is my mother yell from our window to run. So I start running, but instead of going in the door that was, like 2 feet away from me, I ran around the other side of the house. So I'm running down our long gravel driveway as there was a goose just chasing me. And
Jesus.
the only reason that I was saved from being attacked was because it just so happened that my grandfather, who lived with us at the time, happened to see what was happening and come outside, and he chased it off. And yeah, I still don't know why the goose didn't attack him. Maybe because he was a badass, so it was just like, I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, that's my story of the honkening.
The honkening.
Very scary. Thank you, Neil, for throwing that in.
The honkening. Oh my god, I'm gonna remember this one for our next chat.
Yes, the honkening. That is a shout out to all my Grey Rooms homies as well. The honkening. Everyone knows all about that. Honk. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, geese are just as scary as you have heard.
I need to get you and Lady Spookaria both on the same stream. Just for the geese. Trust me. There's a running gag that I'm running with her on Instagram. A little sip. And on on her own Discord server, there's a little running gag because she played this one goose game. I've quite forgotten the name. But you can basically play as an annoying little goose. I was there, I made some comments on the chat. We were having a lot of fun, everyone. And since then I'm sending her goose memes.
It is called Untitled Goose Game, by the way.
Untitled Goose Game, that's the one.
Yes.
So now I'm gonna... I need to have you two both here, just for the geese reasons. Also, hello Dreadful, welcome to the live stream.
Hello, Dreadful.
Dreadful Anecdotes, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a collaboration of our own coming up. It's bound to be a lot of fun.
Dreadfully tormentful.
Dreadfully tormentful. I could not have said it better. Poetic.
Yes, I'm basically a poet.
I also need to tell the stream, like, if you have any questions for me or TJ, feel free to ask. There are no biters here that I know of. So, by all means, if you have any questions about what it is we do, what we like doing, or, you know, general stuff, go ahead and ask. We do not bite. At least I don't. TJ?
I hear that, Dreadful Anecdotes. The taking a break from editing. Very, very excited for that collaboration.
Ooh, you should trust me. Remember the very recent collaboration we did?
Indeed, I do.
Yeah, think of it as that, but expanded. I won't spoil any more than that for anyone, because I think if I'm going to say the right words, it'll definitely be spoiled, and I don't want that. That'd be a surprise. Yeah. And when you see, so what I would recommend is go to Dreadful Anecdotes' channel, hit the subscribe button, press the bell icon, and you'll be notified when they have a new video ready for you. Especially the one that we collab in.
As I said earlier, as just being a fan of your content, I'm excited for that because I've already... I have a question for you that I don't believe I asked you this the last time you were on my other podcast.
Oh.
But you really kind of found your stride recently with doing the kind of the getting into like the poetry world. Is that something that like someone recommended you to start doing, or like how did that happen? Did you just randomly start like getting super into doing poetry?
Well,
like,
I've always been a little bit into poetry.
Mm-hmm.
The very first poem I ever read was, well, one of Tolkien's, I think. But you know, if you read Lord of the Rings, you cannot really avoid the poems and the songs in that one. But yeah, that kind of got me going, like, okay, I like how these words are formed and how you have to think with every sentence what is being shown. And then I started to explore Edgar Allan Poe. And the thing was, when I started doing... Wow, what a sentence, when I started to doing... when I started to do gothic and dark poetry on the channel, it was around the same time you recommended The House of Usher to me. The Fall of the House of Usher. And as I was watching the show, and Verna gave her, well, rhymes with Edgar Allan Poe, I basically went like, you know what? This is actually kinda in my niche. So dark, mysterious, makes you think, yes, I like this. And that's how, well, poetry is now also in the channel.
I mean, I agree. I think that's excuse me. I mean, obviously, you know how much I
So once again, indirectly, you influenced my channel.
got to write me a check, bro. No, I'm totally kidding. Obviously, well, I think for me, what really made me be like, "Holy crap, he's really found his niche," was you doing Dagon. That was like, I was like, "Whoa!" Like this is as much as I have loved everything else you've done, and obviously, as I mentioned earlier, She Won't Stop Screaming. My story, like obviously you know killed it. Paper Demons. There's a few other ones in the.
Paper Demon by Super Resurtus. Before you, that was actually one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, well, and you know what? I think that was the one. No, it was an earlier one that I heard. That, like, when you sent me a message, I always check out whoever's going to narrate,
of course,
any of my stories. So I checked out one of the videos. I can't remember which one it was that I checked out. I wish it was either the dance or the hotel.
Which one?
Was the first one I checked. Yeah,
I was about to say, was it super long or rather short?
No, it was a pretty short one, so it must have been
the dance.
It must have been the dance.
The dance.
And I was like, this guy's got a great voice. Like, this is fantastic. But when I heard you do Dagon, I was like, this is just next level. So then to hear you get into the
not gonna lie,
like the classic literature, you know, and all that has been.
There's something there is something about classic literature I just cannot get enough of. I don't know, it's the play with words that they have, and you know, the occasional, oh, Lovecraft, you and your tongue rollers, the tongue rollers. It's fun to read, it's not fun to narrate. This is oh god, but yeah, I just get fascinated in the weirdness that they had back then, because back then it was proper weird. Now, if you read something like that, it's basically like, oh yeah, they're inspired by. It's not new anymore. Whereas back then, you can definitely taste, if you will, that it was rather new when you read it. It's not something you'd back then see.
Well, and I think that for your voice, you suit it so well that that's why the story that you're going to be featured in on my podcast coming up actually Friday. For those of you who are interested, come hear DrTorment do something really cool for my podcast. It was kind of another, not really classic literature, but it was just the way it was presented was like it was from like the 1700s or whatever.
It had a Victorian diary feel to it, is all that I will say as a spoiler.
Exactly. So I was like, well, I really like this story. It's really interesting, but I don't think my voice is right for it. So I was like, well,
who do I know that likes this kind of writing? Hold on a sec.
Yeah, hey, buddy. Yeah, is that how you think I sound? Is that your impression of me?
No. Moving on. Moving on.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, let me check the chat again.
Chat real quick. Hey, chat, what's up?
Welcome back, Cryptic. As for Dreadful Montegro James, I have heard of him. Dreadful. I have heard of him, but I haven't really read anything of him, so that will be new for me. Cryptic says that I'm basically go away, stupid pop-up.
The Belgian Harry Potter on YouTube.
And the Belgium had it on YouTube before. That's perfect. Algeron Blackwood. The name did also cross with me. I think when I was searching for poetry content, Algeron Blackwood was one of the people that actually came up on my list, but I decided to start December out with Edgar Allan Poe instead because, you know, it's a bit well known. But Algeron Blackwood's definitely gonna check that one out for next week, I think. Yes, sorry.
So, that's okay. Do you have a favorite a favorite narration you did of Edgar Allan Poe's? I'm just curious.
Poof. Here's the thing, like, his poems are short, but they leave an impact. I really cannot choose one. Like, I could be cliched and say The Raven, but, you know, as I said, that's a bit cliched. Everybody can say, oh yes, The Raven, Edgar Allan Poe, that's a nice one. Sure. But I am inclined to say Anabelle Lee or City in the Sea.
I loved your version of Anabelle Lee.
Anabelle Lee.
It was fantastic. I think that's my favorite one you've done, so it's funny that you say that. That one and the Conqueror Worm.
The Conqueror Worm. That one was. I had a bit of fun with that one. Yeah.
You nailed that one. You know
like,
what? It's funny.
As I was reading it, I have a bit of a weakness for, you know, organ music. I don't know if I've ever told you.
No, not at all.
But like Baroque organ music, like Baroque organs, like, you know, you see in German cathedrals and stuff like that. Yeah. If you play that, and doesn't matter what theme, Davy Jones's theme, I do not care. If you play on that, you just have me silent for the whole thing. That is. And with the Conqueror Worm, as I was reading it, I was like, yes, I can put organ music in this, and it will not be weird. Weird enough.
It was fantastic, and it's funny. So I did if you remember, I was part of that Halloween in May radio thing.
Right.
And one of the stories, so I was going to do one classic like short story thing, because I was doing short stories for these beginnings of these radio broadcasts. Shout out to the Casey Ferguson show, and one of the stories that he had said, hey, I'd love to hear you do this. It was actually the Conqueror Worm, because I said I wanted to do an Edgar Allan Poe one or an H.P. Lovecraft one, just to kind of, you know, because I had done like creepypastas and then an original story. And so he had sent me that. I was like, I'd love to hear you do this story, because I really love I would really love to hear you do this. So I tried, but I was like, dude, I can't do it in the same way that DrTorment can, so I'd rather do something else. So
here's the thing, never compare yourself to me. Just do it in your own style, I'd say. Like, I've listened to your version of The Raven too. Like, yes, it's different for me. It's different from what I've done, but in sheer emotion, I'd say yours is better. Because I don't know if everyone has noticed, but my emotional range is not that vast.
I mean, I would disagree. I think you do.
It's that, but that's just an opinion of me about me, okay? Jesus.
Thank you, Cryptic. That logo was done by my dear friend Jason Reese from Jaybird Digital Arts. He is the man. He's the best, and also is a huge horror fiend. So when I told him I was doing this horror podcast, he was like, hell yeah. And yeah.
Like, it is it's a great logo.
Yeah. It's
skull on the mic. Skull on the mic.
Yeah. I wish I could take credit for it, but I had nothing. I had no idea what I wanted, and he's worked with me on other projects for years. And so yeah, he did a fantastic job on that. If anyone needs any graphic design work or whatever, Jaybird Digital Arts he's my boy. Let him know that TJ sent you.
I also see that Cindy's groceries are delivered. I had to make sure the cold stuff got refrigerated fast. I mean, yeah, best. You don't want to get that into room temperature. That's just yuck.
Yeah, no. Gotta keep the cold stuff cold.
Tristan Mitchell Shane says, Narrative Noob is my biological brother. He is supporting my big brother. Well, welcome, Tristan. Welcome nonetheless. So, your big brother will be on in somewhere in about 1.5 hours from now, I think. So,
yes, but he is a friend of ours, though.
He is a friend of ours.
We love Narrative Noob here.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah. Big shoutouts.
Marty votes for Anabelle. Okay, so I'm sorry, teacher, but I have to prepare Anabelle now. A vote has been made.
Yes. Well, that's okay. You can. I'm down to hear you read Anabelle Lee.
But as is tradition on my channel, as is le tradition, the guest goes first. Therefore, Master TJ, prepare your first story.
Oh gosh. Okay. So I'm gonna preface this by saying I have never done a live reading on a stream like this before. So please forgive me at how awkward I am going to be, especially if I make a mistake. I've only done one live reading in my life on my Discord for a couple of my patrons, but I will do my best. So
Oh,
this story.
Don't worry about it. Before you start, sorry for interrupting there, TJ.
No, please.
I was just looking at the chat. Cryptic Tale seems to be conjuring something, which is frightening me. Please don't conjure any demonic entities again. I hate to clean up again. Marty hears the kitties. I did not hear the kitties. So I do hear some bikes at the moment, but they should... I'm gonna close some windows when you are reading, by the way. Cindy says Anabelle and was away for a minute. Don't worry, Cindy, I'm preparing Anabelle as we are. And Narrative Noob is here as well. Welcome now. You should not be here yet.
This is my time. Get out of here. No.
This is TJ's time. Don't bully him.
Come on, give me a minute.
Just
I've
joking.
waited for this invite for months. No, it's finally here. It comes in. No, but seriously, hello, Narrative Noob. What's up, buddy?
Welcome.
Cryptic, I'm down. Reach out. Would love to be a part of anything. You know.
Cryptic, you can reach us always on Discord.
Yes.
But now, without further ado, TJ, by all means, do tell us of your story more.
Okay, so I don't remember where I was, so I'm just going to restart my tangent before I begin.
Sorry.
I suck. So this story... Let me preface this again by saying I suck at everything I attempt. So this story is one that I wrote and posted on Reddit a while ago. And it has taken on many different forms. But this is a story that I think most people can immediately understand and relate to. It's a short little 4-paragraph little ditty entitled Her Loving Embrace. Sorry, I was just about to start. Now I gotta restart my mental preparation because you interrupted me. Come on, man. I was literally about to say words.
I muted myself on stream.
All right, here we go.
By all means.
I've always suffered from the most horrific lucid nightmares. Whenever I wake up in a cold sweat from a particularly terrifying nightmare that shook me from my peaceful sleep, I sit up and take several deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. In these moments, it feels as if my heart is about to explode out of my chest. It's beating so fast. And it's not odd for my eyes to water and my hands to shake. Then, after only seconds after I perform my waking ritual, as if on cue, I feel her warm arms wrap around me in a loving embrace. She takes my hand in hers and kisses me gently on my neck. Her other hand slowly rubs my arm, comforting me further. I can smell her sweet scent as the feeling of her sensitive touch causes goosebumps to form on my arm. She rests her head against mine, and I feel her long hair on my neck and shoulders. It's equally as comforting. Her soft skin feels so delicate and wonderful. I can feel the love she has for me radiating off of her, chasing away any darkness demons or reality-bending ghouls that may still reside in my head. Anytime I'm awoken by a night terror, it's it's the same routine. The panic sets in, but she's right there with her calming presence. It's nice, right? Having someone who holds such a deep love for you that they're there for you at a moment's notice to comfort you, even in the middle of the night. I suppose it is. Some would say I'm a very lucky person. However, there's only one problem with this whole situation. I live alone. Dun dun. There you have it. That is Her Loving Embrace, written by TJ Hodder, previously posted on the Dread Files subreddit.
I see that Jinx already says, like, no, his whisper-esque narrating.
Hopefully you guys could, oh, sorry if that was too... Sorry, guys.
Was it? I think
I wasn't...
From my end, it sounded okay from my end.
Sorry, Cindy. My bad. Yeah, I don't narrate in my normal speaking voice all the time. Sorry, I would have. Next time I narrate something, I'll I'll bump my volume up a little bit.
You'll bump the thing.
Yeah, sorry. Especially with using Discord as like the base stream, sometimes it's you know, what am I trying to say here? So I'm all flustered now. The like the noise suppression and that sometimes can really affect when you're doing like a quiet speaking. So yeah, sorry, Cindy. I will keep that in mind for the next one I do. I'll bump my audio up.
I mean, it might also be from my side. Let me see if the volume is correct, because I think everybody else heard you fine as well. I think. Cindy says that she has 65-year-old hearing. I mean, nah, that's nothing to do with it, Cindy. You're still young in spirit. No, oh, good lord, what was that? Noises.
Sorry, was that? I'm just typing.
Oh, something's
happening, but I can't see because my dumb head's in the way.
The Grim Reader has joined the asylum. Welcome, Grim Reader.
Welcome to the Asylum Tormentorum.
Scared me, but welcome.
I didn't hear the noise, so I can't.
You can't hear the noise. I did. Oh, it's scary. I say it's scary. It's actually fine, but still, man. Oh, I was not prepared for that. It was the first time that someone subscribed during a stream. It's basically like, okay, thank you. Please don't scare me like that again, ever.
I am terrified. Please do not.
I am terrified.
Mom, can you come pick me up? I'm on stream with DrTorment and I'm really scared.
This is weird noises when people join the asylum more. Please help. Send help.
Please send help.
But yeah, that was something that's new. I did notice that the alert box goes behind your picture, so I do have to find a remedy for that.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Thank you very much, Isha. I appreciate that. That's a story that yeah, I really love. I don't even know why. I'm usually really hard on myself, but I love that story. That's one of my favorite things I've ever written.
I mean, I
love stories that aren't. Yeah, I can love stories that aren't creepy really at all until like the last word, which that story literally reads like a love story.
It's good. Last line. I love it. I mean, I love it. I love a little bit of suspense with my endings.
Yeah, it's that was one of the stories that I did for that Halloween in May thing I did, and the person who runs the whole thing, he had several people message him during the live thing of it, and we're like, dude, what is with this story? It's like this dude's like talking about somebody he loves, and then literally like a minute later, they were like, "Oh," like. So.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. I almost wanted it to be kind of seem like did I tune into the right thing? Like, what is this? Like, almost. Like, I still wanted to perform it in a way that sounds, some words are like, obviously doing it live is a little different, but like, some things are, emphasize some words and things of that nature. But yeah, Torment had a jump scare on his own stream. That did indeed happen.
Just a Grim Reader, man.
It's the Grim Reader.
He done scared me.
It done scared me.
He done scared me. I'm not gonna butcher the accent, especially not. I'm not gonna try and butcher that accent.
No accents. Yeah, I can't do any accents, so.
Narrative. That was freaky. All right, I'll get out of here and let you have your time to shine, bruv.
No, I'm just kidding, buddy. Please stay.
Narrative, you can stay. You can stay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just berate you when the live stream is over. Don't worry about it. I don't do these things in public.
Mm-hmm. Well, he does, just only on live streams.
Shut at you. No, nobody was asking. Nobody was asking for that.
So, are we getting a reading from DrTorment now? Is that how this works?
Yes, that is indeed how it works. I was just looking over the page. I was just looking over the page because it has been a while. It has been a while. I just want to get back in the mood of it.
Well, let me respond to while you're getting.
By all means,
we're gonna let DrTorment enter into his headspace. Cryptic Tales says, DrTorment, I can basically hijack this live stream, right?
You can go ahead and try.
Please don't do that. I'm so excited to be here. Please don't hijack me.
No, it's fine because I limited the amount of people that can go into the stream session anyway, so...
Oh, right. Fair enough. Oh,
so go ahead. So by all means, go ahead and try.
Oh, just freaking try it, bro. Try it. Oh, God, he says challenge accepted.
By all means.
Oh, no.
Unless he has a password to my Discord. No.
Watch him actually do it. I would.
If he can. If you can do it, by all means. Oh my god. This would actually be funny.
I will give you one single cookie. You can pull this off.
Same thing. Same thing here, but I'll make it a chocolate chip cookie.
Justice for TJ, bro. I agree. Justice for TJ. I just want a couple hours to hang out on DrTorment's stream. I don't want to be hijacked. No,
Again.
No. Also, for those of you who are listening at home, just keep in mind, like 90% of what I say is a joke. I'm not a very serious person, so if I say anything...
Oh, that's good to know.
Just taking the piss out of myself or whatever. Except for, like, if I'm giving praise to someone or whatever. That's I'm being serious. But if I'm ever, like, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what's the matter, Cryptic? Can't you hijack it?
Excuse me. Yeah, pretty please open it. It's the skull that does it for me. It's like someone tapping at your window at 3 a.m.
Please open the stream. Please open the window. Please.
But
please open the window.
Jesus, it's like it's right in my ear. Okay, my god, I will. Jesus.
So this one time.
Oh no, not. Oh, my mistake.
I have a story about that, but anyway, yeah, no, I can keep vamping.
I got a story about that.
I got the story about someone knocking on my window at 2 a.m. and it's a real story. It actually happened.
That is terrifying. That's actually terrifying.
Especially when I realized they were a drug addict and were like, "You got any drugs?" I was like, "No." Do you want some toast? And they were like, "No, I want drugs." I was like, "All right, well, we'll see you later."
Cryptic, that is not how threats work. Cryptic, either you open it, or I'm not coming. I'm not coming as a guest next time. I probably will, Cryptic, this is not how you do threats. No, don't worry, we'll get you there, chum. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get you there.
The same energy as you're not invited to my birthday. I love that so much.
You're not.
Well, you know what? You're not invited to my birthday party.
You're not invited to my birthday. Please come.
Kidding. Just kidding. Please come. The party will not be the same without you.
But with that all said, with the goofing around, my turn now. As requested by at least 2 to 3 people in the chat, Anabelle Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. Teacher, go ahead and mute yourself now. I don't know if he's muted or not.
Sorry, I already muted myself.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm sorry. Wow, I'm dealing with a professional. Excuse me.
No, excuse me. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm ready to enjoy this with everybody.
Well then, without further ado, Anabelle Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Anabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Anabelle Lee. With a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Anabelle Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Anabelle Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Anabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Anabelle Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Anabelle Lee. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. Right as the bell tolls. Nice church bells, thank you.
That was really creepy timing, I'm not gonna lie. That was brilliant, dude.
I kinda tried timing that, not gonna lie. I kinda tried it.
Of course you did. Some live sound design.
Oh wait, hold on. Cryptic said a threat. This will be nice. I'll make this easy. I'll send you a voice message on Instagram and you play it on stream, or else. I mean, yeah, or else what? Are you gonna paint me a picture here, Cryptic? I need to know what is gonna happen. Or else the threat has no merit.
Or else he's gonna hijack me, and through me, he's gonna...
Oh, by all means, go ahead.
Messages me privately, be like, yo, let's mess with Dr. T.
Go ahead. Isha is asking, when's your birthday?
Yeah, she wants to know when your birthday is, Dr. T.
Oh, mine. Mine was June the 1st. So you missed it.
And mine is September 7th.
Or else, let's just... Oh, Cryptic. Or else, let's just say my next video won't be horror related. Let's leave it at that. I mean... That's kind of coming up to me and say, if you don't do what I say, I'll shoot myself in the elbow. I mean... Okay, man.
I mean, I guess, or no, it should be no, or else let's just say my next video won't be fictional horror. Dun, dun.
Oh. Ooh.
Ooh. Dun dun.
Cindy liked it. Marty says it was beautiful. And Isha says, oh, well. I'm not sure. Isha, is that well or ho well?
A wild baseline appears.
A wild baseline feed. I do wonder who this'll be.
I assume.
I know.
Oh, you know who it is. I can assume who it is. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
no,
I know who
I'm
it is. But
pretty sure who it is too. Like one of my first guests on one of my live streams ever.
Yeah,
Because
very,
we are
very
buddies.
talented read. Yeah. The person who did a ridiculously awesome read of a super long story.
Wrong account.
That was like 20.
Tanner.
Tanner, friggin' like a 20-minute long story. He was like, and he just did it, and just like a soldier. I was like, dude. Tanner's my buddy. I was like, dude, that was just
nice.
That was impressive. I couldn't have done that. Just to be completely straight with you, I would have messed up so much.
So to avoid any confusion, people, so in the chat there's someone called Baseline Feed. This is Tanner Wood, one of my first guests, I guess, on a stream that has been on the channel. Also the head of Baseline Feed podcast, also a fantastic podcast to listen to. And indeed, he read the Wriggly Trees, as he says there. Cold reads are fun.
Yeah, the other two. So I have 3 other stories prepared if we have time. 2 of them are going to be full cold reads. I've never read them before. So.
Excuse me,
lady. I read them
what's your
enough
problem?
to, you know.
I'm sorry, that was my cat.
Okay. The Wiggly Trees. Cold reads are fun.
It's a creepypasta I picked out for him, so because his last name is Wood. I thought, wood, trees.
Trees and wood.
Let's go with that.
Well, and also, if you go check out Baseline Feed, check out the episode entitled Exit 95. Because that's my favorite episode. Because of the story, not because I'm the narrator on it. Let me just clear that up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that is literally, as far as the music, the sound design, the story. Oh, mwah, fantastic.
Beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic story. Love it.
But with that also said, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time we take our first break in the stream.
Break time.
Because we need to refill our tolerance for everyone here. Just joking. Just joking. No. Just need a little bit of a break here. It'll be about 5 to 6 minutes. I like 6 better, but you know, who knows. So without further ado, that'll be it, and we'll see you back in 5 to 6, 7 minutes. Sounds good, TJ?
See y'all in a few. Yeah, sounds good. See y'all in a few.
See y'all in a few, and enjoy the new pause screen. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. TJ, go ahead and say
Greetings once
hello.
again. Hello once again to the inmates, the fellow inmates of the asylum Tormentorum.
As you can see, I've changed a few things on the live stream. I forgot to do it at the start, so I decided to do it now just so that it's ready for the next stream. But as you can see, you are now in my office. No longer are we outside the dreary asylum with so many eyes and ears watching us, and whatever shapeless forms that are in the mist.
Shapeless forms in the void and in the dark, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you're more safe. It doesn't mean that you're more safe here, mind you, but still.
Oh, I know that.
Relatively.
We should make it so like I'm like facing the other way and you're like behind your desk. That'd be cool. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
That's a plan for later. Don't worry about it. Maybe I should contact that artist of yours.
I mean, you know, he does cool stuff.
Yeah, would be fun.
Jaybird is alert.
But let's see, what have we missed? What have we missed here? I see lots of cat images. What have you done?
Break. Yeah, Isha and I and Baseline Feed have just been going back and forth about cats. I'm going to write a story called "My Food Dish Is Almost Empty." And yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's
well,
called
from
what?
a cat standpoint. That's the most horrifying story you can probably imagine for a cat. Is my food dish is almost empty.
The horror.
Oh, I mean, yeah, might starve to death.
I mean, mine should not complain at all. They have like 4 food bowls here, 2 above, 2 upstairs, and 2 downstairs. So there's always food around.
Featuring Morty, yes.
Featuring Morty.
I have one cat who is diabetic, so we can't leave food laying around all the time, or else he'll just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat, which is unfortunately no bueno for Simba. So we got to.
But you also had a dog. But you also had a dog, right?
Yes, I have a dog and 2 cats. But
2
we
cats.
feed my boys, who are my cats. We feed them on like a higher level so that Luna, my dog, cannot get to their food. But yeah.
I mean, fair enough.
Could still be a problem, but yeah, having a diabetic animal is interesting. But not answering your phone is probably the best option, Dr. T.
Oh, you sent something on the phone. Excuse me. I usually only watch for important texts. Let me have a look.
Basically, it says, "Oh, geez, Tej, my food dish is almost empty." Oh, jeez. Oh, hang on. I got a baseline. Hang on. It's been a long time, but I used to do Morty all the time. This is going to be really bad. I'm sorry in advance. Oh, jeez, man. Oh, jeez, TJ, my food dish is almost empty. Oh, jeez. Shut up, Morty, you stupid. Stupid. I'm trying not to curse.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's uncanny, but you're getting close there, though.
Well, it's been a couple of years since I used to do them both actually pretty okay.
Yes.
Back when I had a gaming podcast with a friend of mine, we both used to do Rick and Morty back and forth all the time. So I did a better Rick, though. He did a better Morty. But anyway, yeah.
Just for the record, he did it better.
Unrelated. Oh, he did it way better, for sure. Shout out to my buddy Kaz from 2 Guys in a Game.
Ooh, that...
Shoutouts.
Shoutouts. Don't remember to provide me with the links to such shoutouts. I do want to put them in the description so everybody can go and visit.
So far, the only one I actually want to make sure that gets a proper link is Jaybird Alert. So I will provide you with that now because he deserves a shout out. Let's see here.
Oh, Tanner's going back to work.
Bye, Tanner.
You have fun at work, Tanner. Thank you for saying hi.
I don't want to later. Yeah.
Cryptic. Wait, what? Wait, what are you saying? Am I not classified as important texts? Well, Well, here's the thing, Cryptic. No.
Here's the thing. No.
I'm joking, no, but for real, my phone is always on mute when I'm on stream, because last time I had it on and I got text the entire time, I was literally like sweating out of anxiety, like, oh, I hope people are not hearing this. So that's probably why I didn't got any text at the moment. Oh, but those are voice messages. Cryptic, you're really trying everything to come on this screen. I'm not gonna play voice messages.
Crazy.
I'm not gonna play voice messages right now, my friend.
Trying to hijack the stream.
Damn.
My time. Can I have my time?
This is TJ's time. I don't know, man. There'll be crazy people on the internet.
Am I gonna start being mean to everybody? Get them to stop trying to hijack the stream with me on it? Like, come on, man. God. You know what? The next time Cryptic's on, I am gonna be unbearable. I'm gonna be unbearable. I'm gonna just harass you.
All right, Cryptic. You want me to play? Fine. I'll do you one favor. Sure. All right. Kitty cat, no.
Man, you're lucky that I have work, or else I would have hijacked the whole stream, man. Given that the channel is full, I can't really do anything. But you're gonna pay for this. And that is not a threat, my friend. No, wait, that is a threat. Oh my god, bro, I messed it up.
I mean, that sounded more like a promise to me than a threat, but okay, man.
Didn't really sound like an intimidating threat, but I mean, you know.
It's getting there. He's getting there. He's getting there. He's getting there. Oh, by the way, Cryptic. Yes, Cryptic. Did you have any time to look into Ed Gein while we were at it? So basically, that's one of the serial killers we discussed in the previous stream, TJ.
Oh, okay.
He was not familiar with Ed Gein, though. So I had to explain it in stream what he was like and what movie he inspired. Which is fun.
Very good.
And now I'm just keeping an eye on his channel, seeing what will come out of it. There we go. Then, TJ, you said you had several more stories prepared, right?
I do.
You do. And two of them were cold reads.
Yes, two of them I haven't read. Like I read like a small portion of them,
right?
Just to make sure they were like decent stories. But I didn't read the whole thing. So, one of which is I'll maybe do this one just to kind of get it out of the way because it's a micro pasta, but right. I really liked it. So, at least from what I read like the first bit of it. So, you know, we're gonna jump.
You can jump into it right away. Hello, Nightmare. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Nightmare. So I don't know if Cindy, I don't know if you're still here, but for you, I'm going to notch up my audio just a touch here, and then I'm going to notch it down because my actual speaking voice is much louder. So everyone just bear with me. I do sound very different when I narrate on the actual podcast, by the way, just for those of you listening at home. I'm on just like my normal like streaming microphone, my yeah, I sound a lot different. Just to throw it out there. My production quality is a lot better than it normally is. Just want to throw that out there. Okay.
Well then, without further ado, please.
Why isn't it loading? Come on. There it is. Okay. All right. So this story is from the Creepypasta Wiki. It was written by an anonymous author, and it is entitled The Absence of Sound.
Oh. Off you go.
Try this. Turn off the music. Turn off the TV. And if you have to, turn off the computer. Then go into another room and sit in total silence. Do you hear that? That ringing. People say it's your brain making up a sound to explain this. People lied. I can't tell you what it is making that sound, but whatever it is, you don't want to meet it. It is trying to break through, force its way into our plane of existence. Now try this. Repeat the first steps. Turn everything off. This time, turn the lights off too. Still hear the ringing? You'd better hope so. If you don't, it's because they finally managed to break through and into your head. And no amount of running will save you. That was The Absence of Sound from the Creepypasta Wiki by an anonymous author.
Alright. It kind of catapulted me back to that one popular thriller movie. What's it called again? Like, you cannot make a sound at all or else they'll get you. Right?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Like, there's... Oh my god. Hey.
Chaos kitties are in full effect.
Chaos kitties are in full effect. Like the movie with the aliens that basically can hear you from half a world away.
Oh god, I don't know.
Come on, it was a little bit popular. It kind of got me the same vibe though. It was a bit popular.
Yeah, I didn't know how that story was going to end. Like I said, I only read like the first paragraph and I read up to people lied, and I was like, ooh, this is really interesting little micropasta.
It is though.
How it was going to end. Yeah, it's a fun little thing.
Hello, Halloweeniacs. Hello, Halloweeniacs.
Hey.
Welcome to the stream and the channel. By all means, feel free to admit yourself to my asylum. And what is going on? Well, we are doing a live stream, as you can see, with a guest. And the cats are not necessarily in trouble, as in their mother seems to not tolerate the presence of the children around. Yes, that's the one. Mother wanted to be left alone.
Mother! She's like, yeah, nah, I don't want to. You only need to leave me alone. Yes, hello, Halloweeniacs. Please subscribe to DrTorment's channel, and if you so choose, also on my channel.
Yes, this is Tapes of Trepidation. Fantastic stuff there.
And DrTorment's stuff is fantastic as well. Better.
Yeah, it's all right.
You know.
Mine's all right. Let me see. Then something I found on the Creepypasta wiki as well is something called The Birth of Death, which I found interesting. This is also half cold read and half not, because I read a little bit about it, and it kind of gave me the vibes of high mythology, but more eerie.
Ooh.
And you know me and mythology, I just love that.
Well, I'm all about it.
Written by Tewawe, if I pronounced that correctly. If I don't, forgive me, but I do not know how else to pronounce that. Tewawe, yes. I'm gonna go with Tewawe, that's the name. I'm gonna have a little sippy sip first.
Don't worry, Cryptic. I am not a spiteful person, so I will not hijack your session. But yeah, I
False
always
promises,
forgive,
he will.
but I never forget.
Scary Story Society. I think I've seen them on my recommendation feeds in the week. I don't know which. I think Monday or Tuesday they were on my recommendation feed. I did make a note of it to watch it though.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out for sure.
That's my notebook.
Without further ado, I'm going to take over for a second here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to hear the story as well. So without further ado, Dr. Torment, if you are ready, regale us with a wonderful story that I can't remember the name of.
As I said, this is The Birth of Death by author Tewawe, and a link will be provided. The Birth of Death, and a link will be provided in the description below after the stream. In the beginning, there was darkness, black, the void, but it wasn't empty, for the void itself lived. She mused in a state for time immeasurable. Eventually, darkness began to feel, but all it felt was loneliness. She needed companionship. Mustering all of her strength, she split herself to create another. Light was born. All went according to plan. She had a partner, a lover, but her love was not reciprocated. Reciprocated. Everywhere darkness went, light would flee, and when light came, it was always in darkness's absence. You are mine. To be my lover is your purpose. Why do you flee? Darkness asked. I am your creation, born of you, your brother, your son. We cannot be lovers, Light answered truthfully. We are from one body, we are the same. Light's explanation wounded Darkness, but she knew it to be true. There was no denying that they were no more suited to one another than a parent to their child. But in their differences, Darkness saw an opportunity. Over the course of an unfathomable span of time, Darkness watched Light's inspiration grow. He constantly gave of himself to create time, space, and matter. Darkness spied eagerly to witness the children born of light grow and manifest creations of their own. Seeing her opportunity, Darkness approached the three siblings and said, You beings are under me, a mere speck of my celestial power. You will be my companions, my lovers. Time, space, and mass could hardly comprehend the words of this grand being. Until this moment they had not even known of her existence. The words of their father, Light, were difficult to understand, but he did his best to explain what Darkness was seeking. They all began to vaguely understand Darkness's intentions. The three offspring of Light were unable to respond to Darkness' advances. As compared to her, they were inanimate, mere concepts that manifested being. Darkness' demands were met with silence. She began to feel anger at the further rejection. Deep down, she understood why her desire was fruitless, but defied the reality she was faced with. Everything she tried, every being of herself, appeared to reject their role as her paramour. Once more, Darkness returned to her void, waiting, planning. As Light continued to create, the three siblings played their roles in being the canvas for this art. Manipulating all of their essences, Light fleshed out the universe. Space filled the void with celestial beings, homes without occupants. Matter created the things to fill the empty spaces, the first plants, animals, and beings, imaginative and diverse, but lifeless and hollow. Time created a framework in which everything could exist to one day grow and flourish. Light gave the most as he put a small piece of himself in every creation of his brood, a spark, as it were, to ignite their unique potentials. Darkness looked upon this new-filled void with a dichotomic wonder. She both loved the fullness of the universe and every being in it, but also hated that she still felt only isolation. As the universe flourished, darkness approached the beings within it and demanded, "You beings are mere molecules compared to my power. You are mine, and you will be my companions." But the beings could not understand. They were too small, too far removed from the great deity's power to ken her needs, and above all else, they lacked true sentience. They feared this ultimate entity who approached them in anger and desire. Darkness became overwhelmed by her rage. If she could not have a companion, this universe would return to her, return to the void from whence it came. She began to sweep across every planet and every space in between, snuffing out any and all signs of Light's creations. Light knew that he and his sons were no match for Darkness. Even combined, they had given so much of themselves in the creation of this universe, they could not compare to half of her strength. Then Light came up with a plan. Darkness had scoured the seemingly infinite planes of existence. Billions, no, trillions of planets had been wiped clean from existence. Finally, she arrived at the last bastion against her creeping doom, a small blue planet. The beings of this final planet bore witness to an incomprehensible cosmic event. The forces of light, mass, space, and time gave themselves in sacrifice to create a sole being of power. It called itself life, for that was its domain and its unending ward. Despite life's power paling in comparison to that of darkness, it had a chance. Life took a different approach. For every being that darkness took to the void, another one sprung forth from the denizens of the final planet. Her destruction of all that her brother had built gave her the name Death, amongst the newly living creatures capable of sentience, speech, and thought. Once more the cycle continued. Where death went, life would flee, and when life came, it was always in absence of death. So persists the constant war to this day. Death fights to return all of creation to the void, while life fights to sprout through every crack in the darkness, like a weed splitting through the concrete. But death is not without her own creativity. Death has adapted, managed to find ways to worm herself into the hearts and minds of life's creatures. They feed on one another to stay alive and to preserve their own lives. They hunt their own kind and cut one another down prematurely. But death's most wicked machination, the creatures of life, bring death to one another for pleasure. And there we go, The Birth of Death, written by T. Huawei on the Creepypasta wiki.
Very good.
I know. Like I said, it's not really horror, it's more like high-end mythology, like a creation story. But I have a weakness for such things. Let me see in the chat what else has happened during my reading. Hey, yeah, sure, Nightmare. We're always up for collabs. You can always contact me or TJ here on Discord or Instagram. I think those are the only socials that I'm active on.
Yeah. I'm up on Instagram, Discord, and Facebook as well.
I mean, I have Facebook too, but I hardly use it. Like once every blue moon, I post something on the Facebook page there, but it's not like it's getting any traction there. Oh, hello, Lulu. Welcome. I was wondering where you were.
Hello.
She just got home, hopes everything is well, and will do a rewatch. Okay, fair enough. Nightmare, good story for sure. Well, thank you, Nightmare. Also, great voice for spooky stories. Oh, I have plenty of those on the channel. By all means, go nuts. Yes, Lulu, you are indeed hearing Kitty, because the Shadow Warrior here decides to be very vocal today. Yeah, the black one, Eve.
The Shadow Warrior.
I call her Shadow Warrior at this point. Like, she just jumps out of the shadow just for funsies at this point. Nightmare, we aren't a fan of social media sometimes. Well, if you aren't a fan of social media, by all means, come and join the Discord. I have a link tree in the description. Come and say hi. Lulu is getting acquainted with everyone. Excellent. Most excellent.
Hello, Lulu. Hello, hello. Yeah.
So yeah, usually I start to stream a little later than this, so probably why there's people aren't only now trickling in, but that's alright.
People trickling in. Yeah, it's my fault. Sorry, guys.
I had to conform to the Canadian timeline.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. I work evenings, so it just makes it really hard to do things.
It's very hard to do things. Well, I mean, I imagine, yeah.
You know. Doing things in the evening is tricky, which most people do things in the evening, which obviously is,
it's a thing.
I totally understand that. But it be a thing that people do.
I feel like I'm missing some context here. What's this about ever seen TJ and Batman in the same room?
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
No, I want to know, Bruce. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce?
What's the damn electric car, Bruce? You scroll up a little bit.
That's one of the few things the Harley Quinn show did right.
The pesky Canadians, yes, us pesky Canadians.
Don't Lulu. Shh, no, don't mess with the Canadians. They are worse war criminals than the Germans.
What's a ceasefire?
But that was basically the joke is that's basically you guys during World War One. Yeah, ceasefire. The hell's that?
The hell's a ceasefire?
Let's just send them canned food with grenades in it. I'll show. Good
the
lord.
fries food I believe you're thinking of is poutine or Putin. Yeah. Poutine. Fries, gravy, and cheese curds.
Hey, Tanner is on his correct account.
Tanner's back, and he's on his correct account.
He says they'll send their geese and meese at you. The hell's a meese? Oh, moose. I got it. All right, I got it. Never mind. That wow. That took a minute to settle with me. The meese. Jesus. What's the fried food called?
Like fries. He's talking about poutine.
Why are you asking me a question in the chat as if you're one of them? You're here.
Because I tried to say something earlier and you didn't hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry. By all means, go ahead.
It's okay. I don't want to interrupt the flow of anything, but can I put you on the spot?
On the spot? I mean, sure, fine, yeah, sure.
Can I Can I submit a story for you to read? When it's
You
your turn
may.
again?
You may.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh God.
I'm gonna send it to you in the chat here.
Is it a good one? Is it a good one? Because me, I have a certain quality to uphold. Huh? I sound like such.
I
a
mean,
diva.
as soon as I was gonna ask you to read this story for my podcast, so I mean,
Oh, really? Oh,
yes,
it's
eventually, but for now.
micropasta, right?
Yeah, it's just a little micropasta. I'm all about. I like the short form content myself. I'm not as into the super long. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Torment ignores guests, not clickbait. Hey Lulu, I am the tape for trepidation guy. Just for the record, it's my podcast. Hello, horror podcast, horror narration. What's up? Kitty is in charge of submissions. Yes.
Yes.
Kitty is.
Every submission goes through Lilith first.
I have a similar situation with my podcast with Morty, who is my creative director.
Hey, wait.
Yes.
Speaking of Lilith, there's a new submission coming in from TJ. Have a read. I don't know. He wants me to do something. Yeah, I'm back. I was not muted, was I?
No, you weren't.
Well, I do not apologize.
Oh, darn. Yeah. Yep. But,
let me see. No. Don't worry, Lulu. It was a joke. Don't worry about that.
No.
No.
Can
I submit? No. But yes, so it is your turn again, Master Hodder.
It is indeed my turn again, isn't it? Okay. So, I'm going to introduce you guys to a friend of mine. His name is John Anderson, and he's going to share a little story with you all from the Creepypasta Wiki.
Oh my.
This story was written by Waldo Fan, and it is entitled Patch of Land. And I'm going to once again just turn up my volume here. Just bear with me. Make sure everyone can hear me when I narrate.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't want you to be incomprehensible.
Okay, so might take me a second to get into my character voice here, but so just bear with me because I'm going to try and do my character voice.
In character performance, even getting a treat.
Yeah, it usually takes me a little bit to get into the character, but I'm going to try and just pull this one out of my butt here.
So. I usually just go on the go.
Yeah. Well, I'm not as talented as you are, so.
I wouldn't say I'm that talented, but okay, if you say so. Who am I to discuss it?
I mean, you said it, All right. This is Patch of Land. There's a small patch of land surrounded by thick woods on the outskirts of a small Mississippi town. Unreachable now, as no one has bothered to take care of the overgrowth. The land isn't so big as to appeal to any buyers, but it's so small. But it isn't so small that it's completely forgotten. Ask anyone old enough to remember its use, and they'll ignore you. They'll look away and seem to zone out until you leave, readjust their hearing aid, or completely change the topic of conversation. The weeds and other plants grow wild and untouched there, with the roots of the trees surrounding it unnaturally thick and black. Not that anyone has been there lately to see things, or get good enough view to
darkness
remember
took
what
to
they
the
look
void,
like.
another one sprung forth from the...
Not that anyone many years ago, this small patch of land was used as an unmarked cemetery for the citizens deemed unfit for a normal burial site. They dug a hole as deep as they could reach, which, mind you, was very far and took many man-hours to dig, and left it open for the bodies to be flung like trash. They then set a fire in the pit to get rid of the usually disease-ridden corpses and leave the place for a time to take care of the rest. Naturally, the hole began to fill. Charred, rotten bodies filled it almost to the top, to a volume not even the fires could take care of. They used it as much as they could before filling it with dirt and waste and leaves and such. Then, let nature grow around it to mask what was once there. The trees, though, wouldn't let them forget. The roots pushed the decaying skeletons. The roots pushed the decaying skeletons upwards, tangled within themselves, an amalgamation of nature and death. The human fertilizer fed the foliage. The human fertilizer fed the foliage and helped it grow to such unnatural degree that any brave soul enough, any soul brave enough to dare the wilderness would seem to be transported to another nightmarish reality. Many got lost in the woods that seemed to shift around them, deceived by the voices that gave them directions, which they so desperately followed. Their bodies would only aid in the growth. So the next time you find yourself somewhere in Mississippi, where the forest seems too dark during the day and pitch black at night, or even the townspeople won't acknowledge your question about it, just let it go. You'd make a fine mulch. That was Patch of Land from the Creepypasta Wiki, written by Waldo Fan.
Now that gave me Wolf Creek vibes. Just
I'm not sure what that is, but yes.
Wolf. You don't know the movie? You should have a watch, my man. That's this. Ooh, yes, that's a good movie. That's a good movie. Definitely recommend you have a watch that.
Yeah, I'm my whole journey with horror and stuff is weird because like I'm not very experienced with horror movies and stuff like that. So I need to get into more stuff.
You need to get into more stuff, yeah?
I need to get into more movies. So any movie recommendations, let me know. I didn't really even get into horror until I was in my 30s, so which is kind of
Oh,
hilarious.
you're a late bloomer.
I'm a very late bloomer. Very much so. Very late bloomer. But yeah, that was a fun little story.
It was. It
like
actually was. Like, I'm actually happy you got into character for that.
Yeah, that's the only problem is when I call that voice John Anderson. That's the only accent I can remotely do comfortably. So he shows up a lot on my podcast, especially when it's like Mississippi or like some kind of a country-esque thing. But yeah, the only problem is, you know, sometimes I'll like go to say a word that I have to pronounce differently with that accent, you know, but then I like fumble over the word if I'm trying to read it. So
that happens. That happens a lot with me too with cold reading. So don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let me see what's happened here.
It was a lot of fun.
So yeah, Bubblegum, welcome to the stream. She is, or he is. They are. Narrative Noob is their boyfriend, as I read here in the stream. So they are here to support him. That is nice. So we have the biological brother and the lover now that came to say hello. And don't worry, Narrative, you're up in a sec. Don't worry about that.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. What's that scene from Wolf of Wall Street? I'm not leaving. No, I'm just kidding.
You had your... everybody has a time, TJ. Everybody has that time.
My time is up in like 7 minutes, right? I think. Something like that.
Yeah, somewhere like that. Give or take. We usually wing this. But we also took the break like 10 minutes too late, so... I'm kind of going over about that.
Well, I mean, I can stay a little longer.
It's my OCD, okay?
I got it. Well, you let me know what you want to do. You tell me what to do, and I will do it.
I see that the music has returned. Good, because I noticed that there wasn't any background music to the live stream anymore. Probably because I switched the files in the stream software itself, but I had it fixed. Good.
Oh, very good. Yes, Tanner says kick me out. Please kick me out. Just kick me out when it's time, and I will leave.
Never! Just because Tanner says it, no. I refuse. I banged my desk, but it hurts my hand. Marty says not muted, drats. Bubblegum.
Yes.
Cat says mute. Yeah, I have. Yeah, Bubblegum, you're new, so I have 3 cats, 2 daughters and a mother. And if you want to see more of them, by all means, come join me on the Discord. I post sometimes kitty pics over there, and if you want to hear them some more, by all means, also join the channel. They like their kitty chaos.
Indeed. All about the kitty chaos here.
All about the kitty chaos.
Kitty chaos.
Actually surprised I haven't heard Princess Gremlin in a while now. She's around.
I'm shocked. I haven't heard any peeps out of any of my animals. And I'm also shocked.
For now.
I say that as Morty is approaching me currently. He's staring at me.
Cat is like, you summoned me.
He's like, hello, father. I have come.
But meanwhile, mine are like, Father, we are here to make the noise. You will give.
We are here to make noise.
You will give us the attention, otherwise we will make the music of our people. Yeah.
Alright, Narrative, we'll see you in a little bit, buddy.
See you soon, Narrative.
Well, I won't see you, but yeah.
I will.
You know what I mean.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. Speak for yourself.
Oh. That's what I said. Now, you sent me a little story to read as well.
Yes. I would very much like to hear you read this, because...
Do you now?
And then I have one more short one to read, and then that's all I have prepared.
Yeah, that'll be well within the time then. So the story that TJ here sent me is called Time Heals All. It's a short little story. I think I'm going to say 4 paragraphs because 2 paragraphs are way too small to be called that. They're literally like 2 sentences. But yeah, it's about 4 paragraphs long. Should be a nice little fun read as I scroll over it. Oh yes, definitely. I think it's up to my snuff. Without further ado, by Anonymous from the Creepypasta Wiki, Time Heals All. Time heals all, so they say. This may be true, but the cruel irony of this statement is one I know too well. I have felt the burn of fire, the sting of electricity, the sharpness of knife and bolt. I have long since healed from these wounds, but memories, they do not heal. We are to learn from our mistakes if we are to ever make a way forward, but what if those mistakes cause us to digress? I know from first-hand experience how my enemy will strike, but that knowledge comes with a price. I know how he will move because I have experienced the pain of his blows. This knowledge gives way to fear, the fear of pain, and with that fear comes the slightest hesitation, which in my world will undoubtedly lead to death. Memories do not fade, and only those of firm will and mind can overcome them to become stronger. I have learned from my mistakes, although each one cost me. They have also built me up into the man I am now. I feel every knife as if it still sits stuck in my body. The burns on my arms are no longer there, yet the scent of scalded flesh lies embedded in my nostrils. I breathe in and wince at the pain I expect to be in my throat, yet it is not there. Only memories remain. As I stand on the precipice of this newfound land, I pause. Excuse me. There we go. My eyes scale the wondrous city before me. The unknown awaits. My palms grow sweaty as I feel a familiar emotion sliver into my subconscious. Fear. I know nothing of what lies ahead, and that ignorance will be my downfall. Of that I have no doubt. I swallow in an attempt to moisten my parched throat, to no avail. I take my first steps ahead, intent on continuing this mission, this pilgrimage. For I am an undead, and the death that surely lies ahead is nothing compared to the life that waits behind. And that was Time Heals All, once more perfectly timed with the chiming of the bell tower in the distance.
Literally perfect. As soon as it hit, I was like, again? That's awesome.
Hey, what can I say? I'm a bit of a... I love bells and organs, what can I say?
That's good. That's awesome. I knew it was going to be good, because that's why I wanted to hear you do it. But
Bubblegum, can anyone give me the Discord link? Well, Bubblegum, the Discord link is in my link tree in the description of the live stream. Just go ahead down there, click on it, and there should be an open invite to the Discord.
which is a lot better than what I did, which is try to post the link, and I can't post links obviously in the chat because it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Go through. Yeah.
In the meantime, I'll also have a little look on the Discord itself if anyone new is admitted into it. I see nothing at the reception yet, but give it a few. Give it
time.
Give it time. Marty, patch of land. Oh, did I mispronounce something?
No, that was, I think Marty was referring to the story that I read. And said thanks for the read, which I appreciate. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed it at all, like I said in the chat, I invite you to check out my podcast, Tapes of Trepidation. We have fun here.
Keep sprinkling.
Torment, but yes, I am no Dr. Torment, but I am me. But Dr. Torment will be on my podcast this week, so
So be sure to tune in on Tapes of Trepidation on Friday.
Yes.
Where we have a doozy prepared for everyone.
Episode 22. It's gonna be a good time.
So, do tell, how many other episodes have you planned for Tapes of Trepidation in the near future?
I have right now, on paper, planned up until episode 50.
Oh.
Things can interchange, but that's what I have planned for right now.
Right.
But yeah, things change. But
because when it comes to sound designs, I still think yours is superior than anything that I've put forward.
Well, I mean, I appreciate you saying that, but I love sound
I'm comfortable in calling you. I'm comfortable in calling you a sound engineer at this point.
I mean, thank you. I know. It's because I know so many people who
take the compliments.
Do it for a living. Thank you. I know so many people who do it for like a living, so it's like I'm like, but I do love doing sound design. I love it. I love narrating too, but
especially the sound design, I can definitely hear that whenever I have one of your episodes on now on the television.
Like you hear it better?
No, but see, when I do a narration and I want to have background music and noises so forth, I don't really do anything but insert them and adjust the volume. Like, I don't really mix it in. And what happens. Then it's just a little meticulous and my OCD playing parts with how well does it sound at this very millisecond and stuff like that.
Right, yeah. Which is always a hard part. Like sometimes I'll have to go in and physically adjust the music. But I'm also very fortunate to be able to work with someone by the name of Mason's his name. He has done some music for me for the pod. And then also I have used music from people by the likes of Vivek Abhishek, who is fantastic.
Vivek, yes.
Thrill, who is amazing. Coag, who is fantastic. So it makes it easy when you're working with people who make music for podcasts and for horror content.
Right.
And people who mix things properly. Like it makes it so much easier.
Like
same with people who do sound effects.
Like Vivek that you mentioned. Right now, the piano sounds on the background of the live stream, that's one of his. That's one of Vivek's.
Indeed, yeah, and it's a great one.
It's a
I
great
always think
one.
of you when I hear it, but yeah, it's
yeah, it's unofficially in my headcanon. It's basically the DrTorment theme at this point.
Yeah. Oh, it is for sure. I always think of you whenever I hear it because I have heard it on. There's lots of horror podcasts out there who do use Vivek's stuff, and I have heard it in other things. But I'm always like, oh, that's DrTorment's theme. Like it's always.
I do have to ask when you watch out for certain musical tracks for your narrations, though. That I always wanted to ask this, but I never quite got there. Do you assort, quote unquote, your composers into a particular genre of reading?
Oh yeah.
If you have a science fiction story, I use I go to white bat videos, audio. Oh my, tripping over words. So I go to white bat audio when I do a story that is more scientific-y, Matrix-like, because they have fantastic synth music. My God. Or when I go to something classical or poetry, as you said before, I go to Mark van der Meulen, who is a Dutch or Flemish composer, I don't know. But he also has great stuff. Like Anabelle Lee, the poem. That one is, the track of that is from him, I believe.
Yeah, I always find that I have all the music that I've used and will be using in the future separated into each creator's name in the file.
Right.
I used Thrill a lot. A fantastic musician on YouTube. Thrill is the name of the channel. I have all of their stuff downloaded. I love Thrill's work, and I just feel like it fits my voice really, really well, and what I like to do with sound design. So I have all that stuff downloaded, and it's all marked in separate files within the file. So if I want something that's more of a, more of a this is kind of like a basic creepy pasta. It's like a traditional creepy pasta. Okay, here's a bunch of, here's a bunch of music I could use. Or hey, this one's science fiction. Well, here's some I can use. Oh, this one's more of a traditional classic literature. Well, here's some I can use. So I kind of have the same type of vibe that you do.
Yeah, basically, yeah. See, great minds think alike. That's what I always say.
I apologize. Can I run for just a quick second here?
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back.
In the meantime, I hope that everybody else has fun in the stream for the moment. TJ will be reading one last short story on his end, And then we are going to take on our next break and wave him goodbye to make room for narrative, which, according to his partner on the chat, is hey, just a setup. So don't worry, Bubblegum. You can tell narrative. He can relax. Don't worry. We don't have a fixed time at this. He can take all the time he needs to. Nightmare. Do you guys do or like on-location videos? I needed a little bit more clarification on this, Nightmare. On-location videos, like... Kitty cat, Eve, I'm a little busy right now. What do you mean with on-location videos? Like, I don't really know how to say it. Could you please elaborate for this, for this fool?
Okay, my apologies, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I was just reading Nightmare's question here. He asks, do you guys do or like on-location videos? So basically, he's explained it. Thank you, Nightmare. Go to some places that have spooky tales and talk about them there. Now that is a whole other kind of live narration I would love to do.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I'm weird with doing like non-fictional stuff, just because I have had not so great encounters.
Here's the thing.
Encounters in my life. So I'm not someone who goes to seek out things like that a lot. It's pretty rare.
Here's the thing.
But yeah.
I'd love to do that on-location narration. I'd love to do this, but I don't have a lot of spooky areas in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was this abandoned school that was right across from me, but that's been demolished at this point. Also, Nightmare's asking about your experiences. Here's the thing, TJ. If you could explain it briefly and then move to your narration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we're burning the midnight oil here. So, as far as really quick, my experiences, I used to work at a guitar store. It was a very old building that the store was located in. And hello, Duchess. And the basement of that store was haunted by at least two very malevolent spirits.
Oh my.
I physically saw and had physical interactions with them that were beyond horrifying, as well as interactions with not physical interaction. Well, so I technically had 3 physical interactions, 2 of which were like I was certain I was going to be harmed. The other one was just I called him Randy the douchebag ghost, because he would do things like I would be on the other side of the store.
Let me guess, he was a douchebag?
Back of the head. Yes. I'd be at the other side of the store and a guitar pick would just like hit me in the back of the head for no reason. And there was no one else there with me, by the way. I would, set up a guitar amp, plug it in, turn it on, and walk away for a second. I'd turn around and come back and it would be unplugged. Things like that happened. And things happened in front of customers too, by the way. So it wasn't like it was just me. But yeah, when you have encounters with malevolent spirits that make you feel like you are actually in danger, especially when you weren't really a true believer before them, in my experience anyway,
it makes you a believer, right?
Yeah, but also you also don't really go looking for stuff as much. I will, but like I'm very not timid about it, but like I'm just a lot more cautious now.
Right. I mean, as you
where
should.
I live, there's some hauntings. Yeah, it's just like when you have a real horrifying experience, like where you literally are like, hey, if I don't get out of this room, I'm going to be harmed or die. You don't go looking for stuff. That's kind of been my experience. So anytime people are like, "Oh, I'm a ghost hunter." It's like,
That's cute, kiddo.
yeah, it's like, dude, like if you had real horrifying experiences that were like, "Hey, my life is in danger in this moment," some people, anyway, I would think that you would be like, "Why would you go searching for that?" Some people into it, but yeah, just I like the fictional world.
The fictional world is fun. It's more understanding.
Yeah, but I'm all for, you know, let me try to think what I'm saying here. Like, there's a fantastic podcast I just got into called Madam Strangeaways.
Right.
And she does like stories that are like based in reality. And yeah,
I am familiar with her, but only through Instagram. I've yet to fully explore her channel, but she will be But I will put her as an honorable mention in the description, though.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic podcast. Nightmare. It's not that you guys are nuts. Just it's like that's just me. Like I'm just like I still go to haunted places and stuff. But if it's like, hey, this one location, like some really serious stuff went down, I'll probably avoid. Like there's a place literally where I live. It's like just down the street from me. It's a hill where apparently if a man goes there at night and there's no lights around, he's attacked by a woman spirit who will try to kill them because she was murdered there by a man. And yeah, I have yet to go there and try it because I'm like, enough people have reported it that, you know, it's a real thing.
Oh.
And I'm like, you know, I just don't test things like I used to. Let me just put it that way. So, and most people who I know who have had experiences like that, where it's like, hey, I feel like I was about to die. Like legit, like I saw stuff and was physically experiencing something I can't explain. Most people in that situation agree with me. They're like, yeah, we don't go looking for shit anymore. But anyway, just my experience. Life is full of people with different experiences. So now, without further ado, we're going to get back into the live reading here on the DrTorment live stream with your boy TJ from Tapes Chip Nation. And I'm going to share with you guys a story that was, speaking of ghosts and real life things, is a story that was inspired by some very real ghost sightings that actually took place in a little town in Nova Scotia, Canada, which is also the title of this story, a classic story from William Hughes Mearns. This is Antigonish. Yesterday upon the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. When I came home last night at 3, the man was waiting there for me. But when I looked around the hall, I couldn't see him there at all. Go away, don't you come back anymore. Go away, and please don't slam the door. Last night I saw upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away. And that was Antigonish by William Hughes Mearns, a story that was actually read to me as a child by my grandmother, but read in a very different way. Not because it was a story that isn't necessarily meant to be creepy, but when you read that, how can you not think that's creepy?
I mean, yeah, you can definitely make something out of that.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know, it's like the whole thing of, you know, when I came home last night at 3, the man was waiting there for me. But when I looked around the hall, I couldn't see him there at all. Go away, don't you come back anymore. Go away, and please don't slam the door. And like you slam the door or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
it just, that's how it was read to me, basically. It was like this happy thing. And yeah, I have no idea how you can read that and not be like, oh.
Sometimes you can read like happy things and be like, that's scary.
That's terrifying. Cool.
That is slightly terrifying. I am not comfortable.
Thank you very much, Duchess of Darkness, by the way, for subscribing to my channel. I very much appreciate it. Or subscribing to Tapes Trepidation. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Isha says that
hello, Lady
the
Spagaria.
Lady Spucaria, yes, welcome. She is our asylum's resident demoness.
Yes, and also she is the one who I heard call you Tormy. And,
Yes.
which I harassed you with for quite a while.
Still does.
Tormy!
Still do.
Love it. Love it very much.
Still
also
do.
very talented narrator and creator. Lady
Oh,
Spucaria.
she is. She also writes her own stories.
Which is wild. The fact that you write all your own stuff and produce it, and it's like that's wild. Super talented, ridiculously talented.
Don't worry, Nightmare. I'm here with my second guest very, very soon. So
Yes.
I'll still be around.
Basically, I'll vamp until he's ready to go, because I think I saw Bubblegum say he's having issues or something. Or
Yeah, but that is why we do take our time at the moment.
yeah, no, I got a little more time, so I can stay on and vamp.
Scary Story Society has a mix of fiction and non-fiction, which is good. I prefer fiction and going into classical fiction, but you know, since listening to Cryptic Tales and going into non-fiction a little bit, I've actually been thinking, maybe I should look up some World War stories.
Mm-hmm. Lots of good stuff around. Oh, sorry, Bubblegum. I thought you had said that. Sorry.
He likes to sound just right. Yeah, I get that, Bubblegum. I get that.
We're all perfectionists here.
We're all perfectionists here.
Well,
But
and when it comes to streaming too, you're kind of at the mercy of internet too. Like I said to everybody, I usually sound very different on my actual podcast. I'm not as echoey. I'm a little cleaner sounding and everything. But yeah. Also, I'm all in for changing your name to Tormy. Well, Dr. Tormy.
God.
Dr. Tormy.
Lady Spucaria.
Dr. Tormy.
Lady Spucaria, if you're still in the stream, see what you've done now. See what you've started.
Tell him not to be nervous, Bubblegum, because I did it, and that's why it's great that I went first, because he
Can prepare a little bit, you know. But
yeah, it's also like. Sorry, go ahead.
But here's the thing. Tanner in the previous live stream, my God, in the previous live stream with Interscare Sleep. That was also his first time live reading. He did very good, I think.
He did. Fantastic.
Very good. Fantastic.
So did your other guest, whose name I'm drawing a blank on. I sincerely apologize, because he has an awesome voice.
Interscare Sleep.
Interscare Sleep. Yes, thank you. My I just had a brain fart. But yeah, tell him not to be nervous, Bubblegum, because yeah, he's following me. So like, I mean, it's only going to go up from here.
Yes, but Bubblegum, also tell him that if he does screw up on the stream, I will kick him.
Tell him.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Tell him I'll be listening the entire time, and I will judge everything he does. No, I'm kidding. Please do not.
We're joking. No.
He's our buddy.
Why are we trying to make him nervous?
No, seriously, don't be nervous. Like I said, you're following me. This stream is only gonna raise up in quality once I'm gone. Don't worry.
See what's happening in the chat actually.
more about Tormy.
Isha goes, ha ha, see. Okay, thank you, Isha, for that. Everybody agrees with changing my name to Tormy. It's never gonna happen.
I legit check back in, and that's what I come back to. Narrative Noob. Sorry.
Torment is like, oh, Jesus. Lady Spucaria, my greatest achievement, Tormy. Yes. It actually might be, yes.
We're gonna get a t-shirt that says that.
Bruh. Narrative. Oh, I'm so sorry, Narrative. I just read that. Bruh. I legit checked in again, and that's what I come back to.
You're gonna do great. Like I said, once I am gone you come in, the quality of this stream is gonna go up at least by 20%. So
I wanna bet that Bubblegum basically went like, oh, by the way, honey, did you hear how they're talking about you?
They're talking smack.
Look, there she is.
Yeah, they're so mean to you. Nah, we're fully joking.
We're just
Narrative Noob knows.
Playfully
if I didn't
teasing.
know him like I do, I would never ever joke around with him about that.
I called it. She did it.
Yeah, I'm not shocked that that's what happened.
I'm not shocked at all. I'm just happy to be right.
Narrative Noob did a story of mine. Just to share for folks listening here. He did a story of mine called why am I drawing a blank on the name of my own damn story? I wish they wouldn't come knocking.
It happens.
Which was this random little story I wrote, and I to be blunt, I really loved it. I was really proud of it. I posted it on Reddit, and it got just crapped on by a bunch of people, so I was really discouraged. And Narrative Noob ended up reaching out to me and was like, "Hey, I love this story. Would you be cool if I narrated it?" And I was like, "I mean, sure, why not? Like, go for it, you know." I was pretty disenfranchised with the story. Right. And then I heard his narration of it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Like, he had such a great voice for the story, because it's very, the protagonist is like a young person, and they're very, like, there's moments where they're very, like, filled with attitude and stuff, and just, yeah. So that's how Narrative Noob and I hooked up, and that was like, gosh, basically over a year ago too, and we're buddies. That's why I'm busting his chops, just for the record. He's very talented. He's fantastic. He did very recently. He did a creepypasta, the Lavender Town Syndrome, and that's one of my favorite ones he's ever done. It was so good. So good.
The nostalgia. It was beautiful.
Right?
It was beautiful.
And the music was greatly picked too, because like you can't use the actual Lavender Town music, obviously, because it's copyrighted. But the music you picked, Narrative, was awesome. So
awesome.
Yeah, just want to put you over on my way out here. I'm very excited to hear you on here and hear you do your live reading. Yeah, we're all buddies. We're all friends here. It's cool.
Let's see. Also,
thank you, Marty.
Also, Scary Story Society. When can I come on? I think my voice is decent, but hate listening to it. Well, I do have a schedule for the live streams, Scary Story. I do have 2 slots open on next Wednesday and 1 on next Saturday. I do have to recheck the schedule though, because there have been a few things that changed a little bit. So yeah, you have to reach out to me on Instagram or Twitter or Discord, it doesn't matter. But definitely reach out to me if you want to be on a live stream. And I'll make it happen.
But every single time you're on a live stream, everyone has to now come after me, so that when they come on, they'll look better in comparison.
Of course.
They'll be like, all right, now that TJ's gone, let's get back to the real good content. Everyone will look better in comparison.
We've had the appetizers. Now we can go for the main. We can go for the main course.
No, man, I would be like, you know, like how like you'll get bread from a restaurant before you even get your appetizers, but it's like stale and it has that butter that's too hard to spread. That's me. And then I'm that bread that's hard to eat and the butter that's too hard to spread. And, yeah, then you go from me into people like Narrative Noob, who are going to be the appetizer and the main course and dessert.
But
Oh, goodness.
Speaking of the main course, TJ, I think this is the time where
Yes.
we should depart.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to come on, talk to T. I mean, listen, I'm a sappy, sentimental dude. You know how much I appreciate you and your friendship and everything. And it's been wonderful getting to know you and getting to hang out with you and create with you and all that fun stuff. I'm so excited to continue to collaborate. And I'm very excited to have you on my podcast, Tapes Trepidation, which I believe there will be a link in the description of this live stream after the stream.
There should
But
be
if not-
already.
Cool. If not, Tapes of Trepidation. If you just Google me, I pop up. Or I have Facebook, Instagram, Discord. I do have a YouTube channel if you would like to hang out and subscribe. Also, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Audible, all that fun stuff. Again, DrTorment is going to be on Tapes of Trepidation Friday. So stay tuned for that. It's a really fun story. Thank you very much again to all of the inmates in the Asylum Tormentorium. I'll see you around the halls while I'm wandering around picking things up.
Yes, you should. You're an orderly.
Yes, under the watchful supervision of the great Dr. Hugo Strange.
Cousin dear. But
Thanks
yes,
so much again, buddy. I appreciate it.
thank you so very much for agreeing to be on the live stream, TJ. There will definitely be another one planned with you, and don't worry about that.
Oh, definitely. And I'll make sure I can stay a little longer next time.
I mean, yeah, 2.5 is pretty good, I'd say. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our second break of this stream. TJ has had his time slotted in, and when we return, I will return with the new guest, Narrative Noob, who I will now go and fetch. So with that said, see you all in a few minutes. And as promised, I have returned, ladies and gentlemen, and with me I've brought a new guest. Say hello to someone I've had the privilege of working on a story on their channel, I think about a year by now, that involved a train. Please say hello to Narrative Noob.
Oh, hello, my friends.
Hello, Narrative.
Hello, Doc.
It's actually been a minute since we talked again, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Been a little while.
Yeah.
Let's see. There we are. I was having trouble. Your image wasn't popping up, but hey, here we are.
Come on, you gotta show off the werewolf, YouTube.
Would it be alright if I called you by your Discord handle?
Yeah, sure.
Because
I feel like somebody just walked in and was just like, "Hey, so tell us about the story, noob." I'm just like, why are they just bullying this guy for no reason?
Yeah, base. That's half the reason. Yes. So it's a bit of a long name to say Narrative Noob. But yeah, here we are.
Yeah,
I see you have
I just
quite
like
a.
the alliteration.
I also see you have quite a number of supporters in the chat.
Oh, yeah, I did. I may or may not have just kind of, just talked about it a little bit.
Spread the word.
But yeah, like if you wanna, just like I'm not gonna twist your arm, but if you wanna stop by, feel free.
If you've got the time, come by and say hello. By all means. There's plenty of room in our madhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, look at that. Tanner has returned as well. Hooray, howdy doody boys, he says.
Oh, welcome back, Tanner. Or back? Did you show up earlier?
Oh yeah, he showed up earlier in the as a baseline feed itself, but then he realized he was in the wrong account, and then he switched to his current account. I guess he was a little nervous being a chatter instead now.
It's understandable. Believe me, I understand the nerves very well.
Oh, there's
I
nothing.
may or I may not just be pacing in my room trying to keep my nerves in check, because I've never done this before. I mean, I know it's nothing to be nervous about, but like,
I was about to say, don't worry about nothing, my man. Don't worry about nothing.
Yeah.
We're all friends here, all supportive people, especially the wonderful chat I have had the privilege of hosting so far in the live streams.
Yeah.
Very supportive people.
Yeah.
See, even my cats are saying not to worry.
Oh, speak Japanese. Yeah. I don't have the chat open because I just know hearing all of that talking just drives me nuts. Yeah, so I don't know what's being said in the chat. So, I don't know specifically who's here, but hello, everybody. Glad to be here, and I'm glad you stopped in to say hi at least.
So, who is here currently?
Despite my nerves. I'm excited. Oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's already good, very good. You're excited for it. That's already step one for positivity. But for people that are already in the chat so far, is Duchess of Darkness. TJ is hanging around as well, still, as Tapes of Trepidation.
Yeah.
And your Dungeon Master's here as well, I see.
Oh.
Spraycan Jimmy.
There. Oh. Well, hello.
Let's see, Bubblegum is... I'm going to assume that Bubblegum will never be far away.
Oh.
And there's Tanner. And yes, Spraycan once again affirming that he is here. So don't worry. So I think that's all pretty familiar and friendly faces you're here with.
Yes.
Oh, and there's of course yours truly, which you do not have to be nervous for about.
No. Okay, look, if I've worked on, like, series and done stuff with you on your channel, and I'm still nervous, then at that point, there's no hope for me.
Don't worry about it.
But,
If it helps, it usually helps. If you like, breathe in, breathe out, have a sip of water, sit down a little bit.
Oh yes, I actually do have water here.
See?
Yeah. Apologies if the sound of me drinking water is picked up. So.
Don't worry, this is a horror narration channel. If I can creep people out by guests drinking water, I'd say that's mission accomplished.
Hmm. Yeah. Well.
TJ is already saying that now that he is off, the quality of the stream is going up.
Oh.
And Duchess is also here to support you, saying that don't be nervous, you'll do great.
Aw, thank you.
Bubblegum is also giving you lots and lots of air hugs.
Aw, thank you.
And
Thanks.
And Tana is also giving a little piece of advice. The best practice, do some jumping jacks. It'll give you an excuse for the elevated heartbeat and heavy breathing. Tana.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he said some jumping jacks. He could have said something else. I'm not going to say, but. Wait, is that against TOS? I don't know. Alright, anyways.
Nah, Bubblegum, I think he remembers that name being your username. Don't worry about it. I think he remembers.
Yes, I know.
This is a PG-13 stream, says Tana. Oh, God. Tana, I do horror stories. What about that is PG-13?
I mean, have you seen the cesspool that is Hollywood?
Have you seen Bray's profile picture?
Yeah, it's a werewolf chomping down on somebody in a movie theater. Yeah, PG-13.
Which does remind me, chat, if you have any questions for me or Narrative Noob here, by all means, don't be shy to ask them. We do love an interactive chat. Also, hello again, Marty. Welcome back.
Ah, Marty. Welcome back, Marty. Grapes.
If you hear cats in the background, those are mine.
Yeah.
They love to sing.
We are Just being healthy.
Oh, welcome back, Dreadful Anecdotes. Welcome. For those who are new to the stream, me and Dreadful are doing a collaboration of sorts. So do keep an eye out on their channel, because we have quite a doozy of a story for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the problem here is with these two. Hey!
There's a...
Ladies, ladies, yeah, you.
Oh.
So yeah, you thought, I mean, nothing to be nervous about, especially if kittens are, like, cheering you on from behind the mic.
Yeah.
What is your problem?
Good to know. They're angry.
They're a little angry. Singing, says Cindy, yes.
Yeah. Allow us to sing the songs of our people.
Let me sing the songs of my lineage. In that case.
Yeah.
Are you stopping? Oh, there. No, never mind. So, And I'm not gonna get distracted from this, but let's start. So Bray, we've known each other for also a little over a year by now, right?
Yeah, I did go back and look, and I read the story TJ talked about. Like, there's I wish they didn't come knocking. Yeah, I read that like a year ago.
About so, yeah.
It feels like it's been so much longer, but
Okay, thank you. But I remember the specific collaboration that we worked on. Like, I only had 1 or 2 lines, but it was about it was a rather good story. I remember about the train.
oh yeah, that
Like,
one
you
was
had-
The Train I'm On by Richard Saxon.
Richard Saxon's train, right? And I believe there were several other voice actors also from Baseline Feed in it, correct?
Oh yes, actually, yeah. There was. I'm trying to remember everyone. I know you did. I think you did the lines for like the voice on
The voice on
like,
the intercom.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That was
I know,
that's-
like, Eric
that was still
Cohen
fun to
did
do.
something.
That was still fun to do.
Yeah, I love that one.
I
And
also
there was
want.
like another. Yeah, there was another YouTuber that played like a fairly large role in that. I don't think he's definitely not like in any of our like, discords, but like, I do like enjoy his narrations. They called I think it was Phoenix Fire.
Well, it means
Yeah,
while you
it was,
have a look, I'll just have a look in the chat here. Let's see who
Yeah,
else
it was,
popped in. What the comments are. Tanner says that I should have seen your zombie impression.
do I know?
Yeah, that's what Tanner says. Have you seen his zombie impression? It's impressive. And I'm not familiar. I do not know if he's talking about you or to someone else here. So Tanner, a little bit of clarification, please.
Alright.
Cindy
I will
loves
say,
the
yeah,
kitties.
I've seen a lot of zombie content to kind of figure out like the different ways I can do a zombie impression.
Yeah, yes. Bubblegum is also explaining that in the comments. So when you were kids, you used to go and play outside and pretend you were in a zombie apocalypse. That's about it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I always had a very active imagination as a child.
Can imagine.
Yeah, and
You
now
don't-
that I am an adult, it's still quite active. But
I mean, that's
I don't
good.
go
Yeah, that's
outside
good. You have a
very
young soul. You're still active, right?
physically, not really,
But creatively.
yeah, creatively though, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Cats of Ulfar says dreadful anecdotes. Oh god, that might actually be it. They might actually be descended from those demonic little kitties.
Yes.
Especially you. I'm talking to the mother cat Lilith.
Mama Kitty.
Mama kitty. Especially you, yeah. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if she ate like 1 or 2 elderly people in her time. Let's see. Lulu, no, they have stopped by now, Lulu. So don't worry about it. We are back on schedule. Okay, the chat is quickly forming into a zombie apocalypse talk. Nice.
Oh, oh great.
That's a first. I should have you on more.
Well, awesome.
So,
I mean, do you like want me to do my zombie impression or nah? I mean, what is chat fun?
Actually, you can go ahead and try and do a zombie impression. I actually am curious.
Yeah, of course. Now that I am now in that mindset, there's different kinds of zombies. Like there's of course the slow shuffling ones from like The Walking Dead.
The Walking
Yeah,
Dead.
they're more of a like.
Oh. Oh my.
And then there's like the much faster and aggressive ones, like from like the 28 days later and all that. Like and now there's a clip that's gonna probably go viral on iFunny.
I'm not that popular. Don't worry about that. I'm not that popular.
I don't know. People imagine that's the thing that gets you to 1 million subscribers, not your content, but because of just a cringe zombie impression from your guest. Yikes.
Cindy says that she is still here talking to someone on Discord but listening. Well, that's okay, Cindy.
Yeah. Well, we're not that conceited. We're just going to be like, you pay 100% attention to this stream.
I mean,
we're not that conceited.
I'm not like this, but as you can hear, Narrative Noob is like that.
Hey, hold on. Don't just get trolled by editing. Just cuts out the first bit of that and it just gets me canceled on Twitter.
Oh, look at that. Bubblegum asked me a question. Torment, I am curious. What is your accent? I wish I knew. I wish I knew what my accent was. So, first thing you should know is I'm from Belgium. Northern Belgium, where we predominantly speak Dutch, the Flemish accent. But I also studied English, literature and history in the University of Louvain. So, I'd say that my accent is a bit of a mix of British and Germanic and Flemish and a little bit of a... and Polish. Yeah, I was about to say I also have a mother on my Czech side, so yeah. Wow, what did I just say? No, my mother is also partial Czech Republic, so yeah, a bit of Slavic is in there. So basically, what I'm trying to say, very short, is my accent is all over the place. That's about it.
Yeah.
But Tanner has it most accurate, as he says here, it's the accent of death and destruction.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's hot.
Well, thank you. I am pretty hot, thank you.
Alright.
You said it.
Well,
you said it. You started it.
I know, but like, I just now realize, please don't let there be any fan art of that.
Again, I'm not yet that popular, but in the case that I am, I'm pretty sure this live stream can be digged through and people will make fan art.
Yeah.
And I'm already scared because I'm seeing the American werewolf. The American werewolf pic with my avatar. It's like, hold on, that may be a little bit of separation. Maybe a little bit of separation is needed.
Yeah, that might be illegal.
Yeah. Oh no, Dreadful! I mean, no, don't you? Dreadful! Do not give any ideas to people you know. No, don't you dare! Okay. Don't you dare!
Well, I will be saying that, like, I had a period of time where I was just trying to think. I love the werewolf. It's like one of my favorite monsters in horror is the werewolf.
Yes.
But I've also like just considered it sometime like, I had like a friend of both like Bubblegum, like my partner and I both have a friend like a couple years ago it was like made something and then I just never ended up using it because I didn't know how.
That happens.
But yeah, at some point I would love to have like my own avatar. But
Yeah. Well, my avatar.
You can. Sorry.
No, do finish.
Oh, well. Anyways, me and hold on. I blanked. Oh yes, I remember at some point I actually like thought of like just like an interesting like lore for like the whole idea of like having like the narrator of all the YouTube channels like being like of like lore of like you know like how you have like your DrTorment like at the end of stories doing like
Yeah.
that's the story. Yeah,
So,
I almost like at some point had an idea of like lore on my of it being like some kind of like otherworldly like eldritch being that just loves collecting stories from across the multiverse and just narrating them to spook people.
to spook people and infiltrate the collective conscious of humanity.
Yeah, but then I also realized I'm not sure what eldritch being would call themselves narrative noob.
If it helps.
I don't think.
If it helps, I had the same issue with my name.
Oh,
Like,
yeah?
I wasn't entirely sure, like, what eldritch being would go ahead and call themselves Dr. Torment? Like, what kind of Saturday cartoon villain are you naming yourself as?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, the main reason why I picked the name that I did was just because, one, at the time, I was very inexperienced with narration, and plus I liked the alliteration, so.
I mean,
So yeah,
it's a bit of a whimsical name if you ask me. A bit more whimsical.
Yeah.
It's a bit you'd not expect horror narrations from a channel called Narrated Noob, but as soon as you press on it, boom, there you are, scary stories.
Like, boom.
It's kind of what got me. It's kind of what got me surprised when I first looked at your channel like last year or so. And I was like, all right, so the name is Narrative Noob, but what is this? Scary stories? Huh? No, well,
Yeah.
well then, tickle my toe. What do we have here?
Yeah, maybe that's like the appeal of like the eldritch being. He uses such a whimsical name to just lead you into this false sense of security. Like, ooh, Narrative Noob. What kind of stories he got?
See, there you go.
Boom,
It's also so much more sinister, if you ask me, which is lovely.
Yeah. Yes.
And let me have a little look in the comments again. Bubblegum says behave because the mom is watching. That was a little while ago, but I just saw it. Dreadful things are. Dreadful says things sure are getting steamy in here. Oh. He also says, haha, oh god, it's gonna happen, you know it, because of the fan art comment we made. And now they say, Dreadful Anecdote says, well, I do like drawing. I'm scared, yet interested. I'm scared yet intrigued, that's the word, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like before you start doing any fan art, at some point I gotta get my own avatar.
Yeah.
Just, you know. And so we're just not using the American Werewolf in London for that stuff.
That's yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's not.
I mean, unless you want to do it just like the werewolf is like a pet, like a good boy or something. Just. Yeah,
Bubblegum also says, I can make you an avatar, just say the word. Huh.
Aww, thank you. I'll be sure. Yeah, you are really good at art, and I don't know why I didn't think to. God, I feel like a terrible boyfriend.
Tana.
I don't know why.
Tana also says something. It's alright. Tana also says, I think in comment to your channel name, it would lull folks into a false sense of security. Yes, definitely would.
clown. Well, I mean, nowadays nobody feels secure around a clown because it's. But like you expect clowns to be like fun, whimsical, goofy, and then they're just such a sinister being hidden beneath that painted smile.
That just sounds already lovely. I can't wait until you have your own avatar. Just to see what you'll make of it.
Yeah.
But with that said, I think it's about time we go do the hard part of the stream.
Yeah.
And it's normally a tradition in my house to let the guests read first, but if you're more comfortable with it, I can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I think just to stick with tradition, I think I'll go first just to get it out of the way a little bit.
Alright then, so folks...
Hold up and ready.
So folks...
I will say, this one I have read early on my channel. It was one of the first stories I've read, and then I also reread it because I just thought it was just like a little too quiet the first time around. So by technicality, this would be like my third time narrating it, so yeah, beating a dead horse, but like I really do like this story a lot.
Well, by all means, the stage is yours.
One of the first ones that like really made me want to start narrating.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's also inspired me to make one of my own like it, but I will talk about that later.
How long is the story?
It says like 10 minutes of reading, but knowing me, it usually ends up going longer because of my tendency to be more dramatic. So maybe 15 minutes? I don't know.
Alrighty. I'd say the stage is all yours, and if you want to have a break in the reading itself, just let me know, okay?
Alright.
Okie dokie. So, folks, this will be Narrative Rube reading one of the stories that apparently made him inspired to make his channel. So, by all means, Narrative, go ahead. I'll just go ahead and mute myself.
Alrighty. It started when we called out to the stars, into the darkness. We felt so small, tumbling through a vast emptiness while clinging to the skin of the world, and without a single reason why. We were curious, yes, but ultimately, I think we were just terribly frightened. And we were young. So very young. We were children, and like a lonely, lost child, we did the only thing we could think of to make it stop. We did what we think we had to do to make the universe make sense. We called for help. For years, we scanned the sky for a sign. We sent signals to the stars in the darkness beyond. Are we alone? But the skies were quiet. Always so quiet, leaving us to our own makings. But crying children never cease, and neither did we. We sent out calls into every corner of space for decade after decade. We refused to believe that no one was out there. There had to be. Yet for some unknown reason, they never answered us. Everyone remembers when that changed. They think it responded to the Arecibo message from 1974. The response to the Arecibo message was received almost 3 months ago, in 2 separate parts. The first part of the message was received at Hat Creek Radio Observatory in California. The Allen telescope array picked up what sounded like static interference that continued for over an hour. It consisted of unintelligible screeching and buzzing sounds that continued without pause for the whole hour. The meaning of this message was never discovered, if it had one. The only thing we knew was that the signal's origin came somewhere in the Hercules constellation near Messier 13. As soon as that signal stopped, the real message began. We made contact that day, and we were asked a question. Is there? It came not through the radios, but as a voice. A voice inside all of our heads asked the question to all of us. I heard it, my wife heard it, the young heard it, and the old heard it. Even the deaf heard it. Everyone, everywhere, heard this voice whisper that question in our heads, in every language on Earth. I remember it almost too clearly. It asked in that familiar yet indescribable voice that's always there in my mind. It was like one of my own thoughts had gone rogue and decided to speak directly to me. The world seemed to stop as everyone listened for what came next.
Where are you?
The heavy question seemed to linger in our minds for hours afterwards, then for days, and then for weeks. That day changed everything. There were the doubters from the very beginning, and the holy ones who claimed that God had spoken to all of us and that the time to repent was now. There were those that claimed they heard nothing, and those who claimed that the aliens had given them their own secret messages. And of course, there were those who truly believed we had been contacted for the first time by an extraterrestrial race like us, one ready to communicate, ready to lead us out of the dark. We were wrong. We never made contact with alien life, at least nothing comprehensible or discernible to human understanding. The stars are vast, and in their vastness, our voices had touched the ears of something truly incomprehensible, something hungry and malevolent. The voice. We realized our mistake when the ground started to groan. Beneath our feet, everywhere, the ground seemed to moan. The muffled sounds shook through the dirt and the dust below us. No one knew what was causing it, at least not until the calls started coming in. The graveyards were screaming. All at once, the dead had started screaming. Every deceased man, woman, and child was turning in their graves. All the animals did so too. Every dog, every cat, everything that had ever walked this earth. The cries of ancient whales shook the seas, and shrill screeching of birds echoed in the forest. The caskets shook, and the morgues howled. The voices stopped together in an instant, leaving the world in an amplified silence. In their absence, a new sound filled the air. The voice returned.
I hear you.
It came as a whisper from behind, an ominous yet oddly playful presence that felt so close, but was truly still so far away. It let us breathe in the silence for a minute before it made us a promise. It was a promise we all knew to be true. The voice was gone, and the air was filled again with screams. This time, they were from the living. After the voice had gone, we were left to our own devices. Millions panicked, and rightfully so, as chaos took hold of the streets. Many would die in the violence and the gunfire that night. They would long be known as the raptured, and the rest of us were the condemned. We could only wait. The screaming dead was only the first of the side effects that we felt as the voice approached. The closer it got, the more we felt it. The first night after the screaming, we noticed the stars bleed for the first time. A section of the western sky had been turned black, blacker than the night. It was only truly visible because of the ring of stars around it. The light from those stars had turned red, and they seemed to bleed across the sky, like food coloring dropped into water. Their light swirled and flowed all around the edge of some unseen mass. I knew then that I was staring into the face of the voice. Our scientists claimed that nothing was there, that their radar and scans always came up empty. Their telescopes could see nothing but darkness in that section of space. However, the proof was right in front of us as every night that ring of darkness got wider and more stars bled in the sky. We watched it come. As each night passed, the black spot would widen and more stars would distort and bleed around it. During the day, a new hell would greet us. The side effects worsened. The day always brought something new. I'm sure most of what happened will go untold and unknown. The animals started disappearing. All of them. No tracks, traces, or bodies were left behind. Pets would run away, some violently so. They all retreated, never to be seen again. The forests were left abandoned, the oceans empty, and the air was left silent. The world left seemed empty and lonely. They left like water receding from the shore just before the tsunami breaks. One day, about 2 weeks ago, scientists tried to talk to the voice again. They hoped, perhaps, to reason with it. They told it what was happening on our world and asked it questions. The scientists begged. It didn't speak. When asked what the voice sent, was a response. The night sky... When asked, "What do you want?" the voice sent a response. The next night, the skies lit up with streaks of fire. It was a light for hours, blazoned with orange and red. We didn't realize the side effects until the next day when the televisions turned to static and the telephones refused to work. We had sat watching as the satellites were knocked out of the heavens. After that, reports became rumors and rumblings, sanity a thing of the past. The air chilled and weighed us down. The voice was nearly here, and everyone felt it. It rained for a week after the satellites fell. The rain was salty and marred with an unknown filth that turned the grass black. Maybe the satellites tracked something back in with them and they hit the sky. No one knew for sure. All we knew is that it fell from clouds black as charcoal and blotted out the sun like liquid ash. Darkness fell upon us for days. When the clouds went away, the skies were empty. There were no clouds, and the sky hung low and gray. If the sun was anywhere in the sky, it never made itself known. Even it had abandoned us. Each day grew slowly darker and darker until night and day became almost the same. Some people would claim later that they'd seen things in the dark. Creatures with gangly limbs and crooked faces, lurking in the corner of their vision. They were tall, white, creatures that looked molted or rotten through their transparent skin. Appearances would last for just a second or two before vanishing without a trace. Some believe this was the first step in the aliens' invasion. But the rest of us didn't know what to think. We just knew that it was nothing that simple or benign. It must have been hallucinations, just more madness to endure, but ultimately as harmless as anything else. As harmless as the screams of the dead, the missing animals, and the dying sky. Appearances slowly increased in duration and number. I think everyone saw them at least once. But I don't think a single person would ever guess why they were truly here. They never touched or spoke to anyone, and they certainly never harmed anyone. Most who got good looks described them as mournful or sorrowful looking. Some even claimed the creatures watched over them at night. And others even claimed that it seemed as if the creatures were sorry for them. One claimed to have even seen one prostrate upon the ground, hands clasped above its head. It said it was praying for us. Prayer was no help. The churches and places of worship that divided us for so long failed to bring hope to any in the end. The voice let them pray and beg for a while, but just days ago the voice ended it all. No one questioned how, for at this point nothing that happened surprised anyone anymore. But on the final day, all books of worship burned. Every last Bible, every Quran, everything. People rushed to their centers of faith, but found no solace. The churches and temples had suffered the same fates, if not worse. The people were left abandoned by their greatest hopes. There were rumors of churches all over the world, with walls formed from the bodies of those who sought refuge. They were emerged to the walls, stuck to them like flies in a trap. They died, pleading for hope. But they were beyond God's help. The rest of us had learned to stop begging. We waited. The final message came. From beyond the sky, it fell upon us. The voice echoed, and it spoke the simple truth. There's a darkness beyond the horizon, the likes of which that I doubt has ever been seen. It brings with it the screams of countless souls, and it moves fast. The stars are dying now, and I know they will never be seen again. The light is dying so fast. I leave this not as a warning. No, it's far too late for that. Instead, consider this the last realization, the last humanity will ever know. For we used to wonder whether or not we were alone and lost, but never whether or not we were safe and hidden. The universe is infinite, and our understanding was significantly more finite. We should never have beckoned to the darkness. Instead, we should have just clung to the light, closed our eyes every time we turned to the void. As the final minutes approach, I hold one final truth to be certain. I now know why the skies were always so quiet. And that was The Quiet Sky, posted to the creepypasta wiki, written by Ryan Brenneman.
Well done. Well done. That was actually very good. And this is your first time live reading, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, At the start, I could understand that you were a little bit shaky, but as the story progressed, you were getting more and more into the feel of it. And it was just fantastic to listen to.
Thanks.
It's just fantastic to listen to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe take a sip.
Yeah. My throat hurts a little bit, but.
Yeah, never be afraid to take 2 or 3 seconds off just to take a sip during a reading, by the way. If your throat needs it, it needs it.
That's a good idea. Oh man, I'm already out of water.
Already? Oh.
Yeah. But you're about to hear the sound of me going to get another refill of water.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everybody in the comments seems to agree with my sentiments. TJ from Tapes of Trepidation. Yeah, you killed it, dude.
Yeah.
Dreadful Anecdote says... sorry, yeah?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sorry, continue.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah. It's been just been congested for a long time. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you with that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So as I was saying, Dreadful also says, excellent, a great story as well, a very good pick. Lulu gives applause and says she loves it. And Duchess was also saying, while you were narrating, that you were doing a great job, and it was excellent at the end.
Aw, thank you.
See? Told you, we're all amongst friends here. Dreadful. Tried joining the Discord group, but seems as if the link won't work. Huh, really?
Well, I guess the Discord gods are upset for some reason.
I mean, it should be a permanent link, but I think that's how Bubblegum got in the Discord.
Oh, yes? She did?
Right? Is it not Ollie?
Yes, it's Ollie.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
she...
you just read.
So I'm assuming that she got... Was she... Yeah, she, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Just want to be... Just want to be sure.
I've said she. I mean, I've said she. She hasn't. I haven't been reprimanded for it, but I think the day is also acceptable.
Right, so they joined the
I've
Discord,
always
I
said
think,
she, so-
via the link, I think, but need a little bit of confirmation there. So, Bubblegum, if you're listening, do tell how you got into the Discord. If it was via the Linktree or via the...
Or
It says something I don't have to...
infiltrate the Discord.
No, so Dreadful says, it says something about how I don't have the proper requirements to join. What?
Yeah, sorry,
Oh my-
but
What? Seriously? But is it the recept?
okay, yeah, that is weird. I don't think I've ever had that problem before when joining a Discord server.
So what I'm going to do is, I'm just gonna put an invite link in the chat. I know it won't be an actual link, but yeah, you'll have to manually type this one then.
Oh,
And see if that works. Oh god, no, don't. Oh god, no, not like that. That's too long. Oh, Jesus. So, by the way, you said earlier that your favorite monsters were werewolves, yes?
yes.
So, and I think you also mentioned that your favorite movie was American Werewolf in London, or at least the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, like that's my favorite. That's my favorite werewolf, at least. Now, I'm going to admit I'm a little bit of a poser. I never actually had a chance to actually sit down and watch the entire movie, but I have seen more than enough where I basically know what happens. And I feel really bad in saying that, but like I just love that werewolf.
Right, and are there other movies with werewolves in that you like? A personal favorite of mine is, for example, Dog Soldiers.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Most of the time, I kind of just pay attention mainly because I just like the design of werewolves more than the stories most of the time.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, like I know another werewolf that I really like is one from the movie Bad Moon.
That rings a bell, but I cannot picture it.
It was like this really tall white werewolf.
I think I'm
towards the end, like.
I think I'm only familiar with the name there.
Yeah, I might have to send you like a clip of like the transformation, like the CGI, and I mean like it did come out in like the late '80s, like mid '90s, I think.
Right.
It came out in the '90s, so like, of course, it's expected for the CGI to not exactly be great. But like the design of like the werewolf itself looks freaking scary.
Oh, Dreadful had a question for you, it seems. Is your guest a fan of the Howling franchise?
The Howling, God, I don't know how I can say werewolves are one of my favorite monsters, and I haven't seen a lot of films. But I do. But everything that I have seen about it, like the Howling, does seem like a very good movie from what I've seen.
So it's definitely up on your list.
Yeah, I got it. I've also heard like tell of a very awful sequel called like The Howling Your Sister's a Werewolf.
Ooh.
Oh my! Like it actually
That
has
of that I cannot speak of. Personally, I've also not watched The Howling, but people have been saying I should watch the first movie.
Yeah, I will tell you. I don't know, like there's this YouTuber I love called John Cron, and he actually like reviewed the Howling Your Sister's a Werewolf. Oh my god, it is so stupid.
Oh, and also what I'm seeing here, Bubblegum says you should check your Discord DMs.
Oh, yeah, I will go.
They made you a little surprise.
Oh my god, it's like some fan art. Like, I feel bad in saying if I don't know if that's supposed to be like based off of the story I read or an icon, but it's pretty good.
I'm actually kind of curious. I'm actually kind of curious myself. Could you send it in the DMs?
I won't attempt. I might have to.
Oh hell! Oh wait, Bubblegum can also post it on my Discord channel under where is the thing? Under the channel Art Conservatory. So that's basically meant for artworks.
Eldritch horror, based on what you said, gathering stories through the cosmos. So yeah, she should be putting it in the Discord. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know if it's there right now, but.
Take your time. Take your time. In the meantime, I have set up a little poll for the chat to make. Basically, what I should be reading when you were done. See what it made. So the two choices were either a dark or gothic poem, or a creepypasta. 9 votes in, we are at, so far, dark gothic poem that is in the lead by 1 vote. Yes, but here's the thing, people. I'm not going to read Edgar Allan Poe. I mean, I could, if that's what the majority of people would want. But I also feel like that's taking a lot of It's taking. I have to say it. I love Edgar Allan Poe, but I think another live stream has gone by where I did not at least did one Edgar Allan Poe poem at the same time. Is that a bad thing? Oh god, now I'm thinking myself into it. So yeah, welcome to the mind of Dr. Torment. 5 thoughts, 1 mouth. Ooh. That actually looks nice. Very, very well done, Bubblegum. I like this. I like this style. It's playful.
Yeah.
That was actually
freaking looking at today.
Come again? Also, Dreadful, welcome to the Discord. I already gave you the role for fellow creators, which is Tormentor. It used to be Psychologist, but, you know, I wanted something more in theme with horror, so Tormentors it is. That means you too, Bray. You're also a Tormentor. Isn't that
Thanks.
nice?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad to be one. In any other setting, that sentence would not be very good.
Yeah, let's not delve into that.
Yeah, ain't got time.
Let me just end the poll right here, because I think with 9 votes in, we have plenty to make a decision. Sure, dark gothic poem it is. I also saw some. Dreadful also said something here, but I'm trying to search. There's another werewolf movie, I think. Also, I'm not familiar with this one. Silver Bullet.
I think I've heard of it. I just don't remember that one.
Alright, that one goes on the list as well. Where's my notebook?
Yeah.
Go. A Stephen King movie adaptation. Oh, excuse me, a Stephen King movie I don't know? Then again, hold on. How many books that guy used to write a week? Jeez.
I know. I wonder how he comes up with that stuff.
Oh, he was in another realm. I have no other words to say it like that and to be YouTube friendly at the same time, but he was just in another realm, the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, just like you randomly like print off like a whole bunch of different words and just throw a dart and whichever ones it landed on, just like, alright, we'll work that together. Let's see. Car.
Oh yeah,
Possessed car.
Yeah, the living card. That one I've forgotten the name of, but I do know what it is about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Christine.
Christine, that's the one.
Yeah, I will say it is a very nice car. Ain't messed up because it killed people, but it's a nice car.
Alright, I'm having a little trouble here, chat. So, I'm going to leave it to the chat to choose what I should narrate. And yes, they can be Edgar Allan Poe works as well. So chat, by all means, make your recommendations and I will pick one out. Because honestly, when we talk about Edgar Allan Poe, he has also a lot of short works. Not lots.
I mean, I probably have. I can probably read a short one, but when it's my turn again. But
don't worry. After this reading, we'll take a little break, get the throats back up, and then we're ready to dive back in.
Yes, we are diving. You know, I got Joe.
I see.
What is Homer Simpson's favorite poet?
Homer Simpson's favorite poet.
Yes. Edgar Allan Poe.
I mean, yeah, I can remember the episode with the raven in it. My god, that was a good episode.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, wow. Oh, dude, that's dry, man. I love it.
That's
I
the thing
love
with my
it.
sense of humor. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's that.
It's fun. It's good.
I sometimes wonder why my girlfriend still chooses to be with me despite crap like that coming out of my mouth daily. But I'm glad she's still here, and I love her.
Let me see. Oh, Dreadful, you have a recommendation for me, I see. Bubblegum says, "'Cause I love you, dummy."
Oh, I love you too, dummy.
Let's see, what did Dreadful Anecdotes go and recommend to me? Oh, Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad, by Emma James. Let's have a look. Should be easy enough to pull that out. Right, Dreadful. I'm gonna be very honest. This looks a little lengthy to read right now. But that said, I'm definitely going to put it away for a full-on narration on the channel itself. This looks like something I really want to take my time with. Oh yes. Oh yes, definitely. So yeah, don't worry, Dreadful. When I'm going to do this narration, you'll definitely be credited in the description for it. Let's see. In the meantime, I do think I have something here. Or I thought I had something here. Where is my tab? Oh. Right. So, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do, yes, an Edgar Allan Poe one, but one that I've not really read a lot myself, ironically called The Haunted Palace. Well, I've heard it's one of his more favorite ones, because there was also a movie made from it with Vince Price in it. Can't go wrong with Vince Price if you ask me. But yeah, so that's gonna be the next narration for me, and then we'll take a short break.
Oh.
So then, without further ado, The Haunted Palace by Edgar Allan Poe. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there, never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden time, long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odour went away. Wanderers in that happy valley, through two luminous windows, saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned lore, round about a throne where sitting, Periphagine, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes, whose sweet duty was but to sing in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate, and round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travellers now within that valley through their red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a ghastly rapid river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more. And there we go, The Haunted Palace by Edgar Allan Poe.
Wow. That was freaky.
I mean, yeah, that's Edgar for you. He is freaky, but he has a beautiful way with words.
Yeah. I can see why he garnered such a big fan base.
I'm gonna be honest, it is getting me into another Edgar Allan Poe mood, and that is not good. Because I have on my shelf the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe sitting there,
Oh.
and it's already asking me to go ahead and read something out of it again. And I'm just sitting in, no, I just did the Haunted Palace book, please leave me alone.
Well, just looking over at you like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars, just like, do it.
Oh god, a book with a hood on. Do it.
Do it.
No, instead of do it, read it. But with that said, folks, I think now is about the time that we take our third break of the stream, and we'll be back at... Oh, thank you, Lulu, thank you. It was indeed a very nice read. Cheers. Sorry, my mind just... I'm very easily distracted. As I said, we are gonna do our third break of the stream right now. By all means, we'll be back momentarily. I'm just gonna read the comments here. Duchess of Darkness, Vincent Price. Yes, indeed, Vincent Price. He was also in the movie with the Haunted Palace. Dreadful Anecdotes, good read, Doctor. Yes, thank you. And with that all said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going into our break, and we'll see you momentarily yet again. And here we have returned, ladies and gentlemen. With me still, Narrative Noob, or as I like to call him, Bray.
Hello, my fellow nutcases.
Fellow nutcases. That's a good way to speak to an audience.
Well, hey, I said fellow. I'm not putting them down.
I guess fair.
I'm sorry, audience. I didn't.
That it's fine. They can take a hit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's see.
IP tracking to find him. You called me a loony.
So TJ has also been saying something in the chat. Unfortunately, I've got to get rolling to work. I'm going to tune back in if I can and if you guys are still streaming. Great job, Narrative Noob. Thanks again to everyone for being so awesome and welcoming. Hope to see you all again. You definitely will see everyone again, don't you worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see you around, TJ.
I mean, we'll
Make it back.
We'll definitely see him around. We basically fly in the same circles.
Yeah. We're in like all the same Discord. If we never saw him again, then we might need to call for the authorities.
We might. Actually, yeah. If he is not on Discord for a day, we might have to call the authorities. That said, I was actually wondering, because me and TJ were talking about this at the end of his time slot, but you had a recent video on your channel that kinda spoke to our nostalgia.
Oh yeah. I think I caught that. Yeah, this is Lavender Town, right?
Lavender Town.
Oh,
And I was actually kind of wondering, what made you consider to do that story in particular?
Well, I know at that point I just kind of lost all of my. I kind of just had a period of just losing any interest in narrating, and I just kind of. And I was just like, you know what, Lavender Town's a popular one, so maybe just strike a chord, like maybe as a little comeback, we'll do a classic one. And on top of that, I just love Pokemon, so.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon is always a plus.
Yeah, you can never go wrong with Pokemon.
You can never go wrong with Pokemon.
Unless you end up in Lavender Town.
But the thing is what you just said, you lost a little bit of motivation to do stories. That was it, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, and I find this a little troubling because in my short time as a YouTube narrator myself, I have seen some great narrators come and go in just a few weeks after they have been doing fairly well. And when I reached out to them, it's also that they've lost all motivation for it. It's a little bit troubling. Like channels like Decayed Doe or Cozy Horror, especially Cozy Horror, I'm especially a little touched that she entirely stopped, because she had some marvelous material, but yeah, kinda disappeared. Don't know what's going on in her personal life, of course. I'm not gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little disheartening, you know. But so you did Lavender Town to see if you could get back into it. That's it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sometimes I like to go back to the classics, see just like, oh, look, new narration on this 10-year-old creepypasta. Let's see how bad it is.
No, no, it's nothing bad. No. Trust me, if it was bad, me and TJ would not have brought it up.
Yeah. It would just. Oh, it'd be a great April Fool's thing. Just be like, hey everybody, I got a surprise. I'm gonna be reading just the scariest story I've ever read, and then it's just reading Sonic.exe. It's just been done to death and just objectively not great.
Yeah, when it comes to Sonic 1, I only played the game once, so there's not really any nostalgia for me. But two, I've also heard so many versions of that same story. It just isn't interesting anymore.
Yeah.
At least not to
Especially
me.
around like that very big, essentially that big edgy phase of like hyper realistic blood and all that.
Yeah, that's the
Isn't that
one.
phase? And I mean, I criticize that as one of the stories I read was Red Mist or Squidward's Suicide. Or I'm sorry, I mean Squidward's Unalive. You know, just don't strike this YouTube.
Don't worry about YouTube. if YouTube would start striking the channel for that word, oh my god, a lot of videos should have been stricken at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, I did read that one, and I've done some that are like done to death or not great. Like even read Jeff the Killer. Can you believe it?
What was that about Jeff the
I will
Killer?
say that- Yeah, I read that one. We all
Right.
know that one's been like done to death.
Yeah, see, there's some creepypastas like Halloween 2023, for example. That was a month I fully dedicated to creepypasta stories. I did like the monster stories, like Slenderman and the Rake, stuff like that, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing. When I read Jeff the Killer, because I also wanted to take a knack at him, it was like... It might just be me, but it didn't really read as interesting to me.
Yeah, it was, I will say, like, it wasn't exactly very well written.
Like, I get where people get the appeal from, don't get me wrong, but actually reading the story, I was like,
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've also heard that there's a newer, revamped version of it.
Yeah, I was actually about to mention that. Like, somebody, like, rewrote the story.
Right.
And I've like, heard it. It's actually pretty good, at least in my opinion, anyways.
I might have to look it up. I haven't read it yet. I
think it's like Jeff the Killer reboot or something.
I'll
I've seen it
definitely
on
look it
Wiki.
up. Definitely look that one up for later, but maybe tonight if I want something to read.
Yeah, honestly, like even for like the lamest creepypastas, it's still cool to see people still trying to, make their own content.
Give their own fling to it, right?
Yeah. Like, I know, like I mentioned before I read Quiet Sky earlier, that, like, that story was, like, it was one of the ones that made me want to start narrating, and plus it also inspired me to work on one of my own.
There you go.
I'm still, trying to refine the details and make it read well, but who knows, maybe if and when I get it done, I'll probably narrate it.
I mean, it's funny you should say that because you said you were inspired because you read a creepypasta, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right, so the way I was inspired was basically through a friend. So I was writing my own little thing. And as I write, I tend to speak aloud what I've written down, and I wrote in English too, so there's that. And my friend, who was a big fan of, what's his name? Lazy Masquerade. If you're familiar. He was a big fan of Lazy Masquerade, and while I was mumbling and reading to myself, he basically stood behind me and went, you should make your own scary story channel. You kind of have a vibe. And I'm just looking at it like, alright, dude, I know you live here with me, but could you elaborate with vibe? Because we still have separate beds for a reason, you know? And then he started talking, like, you have a certain tone to it, and yada yada. He went on and went on. Then he showed me Lazy Masquerade, and other YouTube narrators, and animated horror stories, stuff like that. And I basically gave it a go, just decided, alright, we'll just pluck a few of these stories and see what will come of it. And here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I will give credit where credit is due. Like I've listened to a bunch of horror narrators for a long time before even I started. Uh, like,
Like,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna be
really
honest,
friends. I'm
when
not really
he
friends with this particular person anymore. But like an ex-girlfriend I had told me
ah,
that like you like have like a voice. Like you should like I kind of like would sometimes just like narrate creepy stories of just like, you know what, I just feel like it's fun. And then a bunch of friends that unfortunately I'm not friends with anymore. But I'm not getting into that. That's my personal life.
to be fair, yeah,
But
that's fair, that's
regardless,
fair.
I'm still giving credit where credit is due because of them. They told me that you like have a voice for narration. The way you narrate is like so like it's calming, it's eerie. It's like you just have the voice for it.
But I also notice you also get into the story itself. Like when you are doing the live reading, the more you are reading, you are actually getting into the emotion of the story itself. Well, at least that's what I've picked up.
Yeah, I try my best to breathe life into the characters. You know,
As you should.
even the female characters when I can't really do a female voice very well for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, me too. See, here's the thing. When I'm doing scary stories and that happens to be a female character, like not narrator, I can put a disclaimer on that and say this is told in a female perspective, you know? But if there is a female character in it, I just do not feel comfortable trying to speak with a higher pitched voice and sound like a bad rendition of the YMCA song. It's like, no. I don't do. I would basically go. It would basically like, oh no, Howard. I don't want that. So basically, when that happens, I tend to reach out to a female narrator, like say, in my narration of a poem, "The Vampire" by Conrad Aiken. I reached out to Lady Spookaria, who was here earlier in the stream. If she could, because she had a bit of a demon vibe to her channel, like everything was red or reddish, and that's also the kind of vibe I was going for with the poem. So I decided, let's reach out to Lady Spookaria, see if she can speak a few lines, and see what will go. And when it comes to poem videos, it's actually one of my better ones, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because imagine if I were to speak in a very sultry voice and pretend to be a woman. You will lay bare, and then no, it sounds ridiculous when I do it.
That's when you get. That's when you get like immediate click on.
Yeah. Oh, I have forgotten to look at the chat.
But I will say, like, whenever I do an attempt, like when a character is a female, I do like pitch up my voice a little bit. But and so, like, if you like listen across my channel, anytime I've done a female voice, most of the time they mostly sound all of them sound very similar because like that's like the only way I know how to do it. Like when I read. I actually read like another one of Richard Saxon's stories. It was the ocean was much deeper than we thought.
Oh.
That one was so freaky. I would love to see like other people try to read it too. But anyways, like there were some female characters in those and a bunch of other stories I read where I kind of just went like, oh, you're the doctor? You'll see what's wrong with him, right? So
I get that, but see,
yours
yours seems more normal, but whereas I do it, it sounds like exaggerated, and I'm not exaggerating it. Like, I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain. Like yours, mine version is almost laughable. I'll say it like that. Mine is just almost laughable. It's like you never do a high pitched voice.
Mine's like more like natural, but like obviously like not a woman. I don't know how to describe it. Like
it sounds more natural with you, like not to sound like a woman. I mean, but when you listen to it, like when you listen to it, it's
Like,
more
it feels like
natural. I don't know. I don't know how to say
it
it.
feels more like it feels more like an actual person talking.
Yeah, it sounds more like it sounds more like an actual person trying to tell a story rather than someone that tries to mock it up.
Yeah, it's like even when you know it's clearly like a guy trying to sound like a female, like it still sounds like a character that belongs in the story, and it still was like it's forgivable.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh,
I don't know if that's the right.
I have forgotten to look at the chat for a while there. Oops.
Oh, I kind of forgot we were on a live stream.
Yeah, see, it's like I told you before. It's basically like a call, but with people watching.
Yeah.
Dreadful anecdotes. Hate to be a negative Nancy, but I've never been a huge fan of lost media stories. Not sure what it is. I'm not. Lost media stories.
I think those are like Squidward suicide, Dead Bart, like lost.
Missing Mickey, that kind of stuff.
Oh God, is that an actual one or?
I think there was something about a Mickey Mouse, and I think it was Missing Mickey, but I might have the.
I might have. Mouse.
Yes, that one, the unaliving mouse.
Yeah, I also read that one. Yeah.
Duchess, yes, that's so important. Duchess, thank goodness he talked you into it. That's on my friend talking me into starting a YouTube channel like this. Yeah, thank goodness indeed. He still reminds me of that every single day. You enjoy your channel? Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm basically your bread and butter pal.
Oh, I believe that could work, Doctor. No, I don't think it would, Dreadful. No. Duchess says, I understand that. I feel the same way when I have to narrate the man's part. See, that's what I said. Like, if you have individual characters in the story, I feel inclined to cast them. You know?
Yeah.
But if it's like a story with no actual characters where things are just told to you, like, you know, narration is, I can just put a disclaimer and it's fine for me. This is told in the perspective of a woman, so to avoid confusion.
Sometimes I'll reach out if I feel like it might add to the story. Like, I've had like several videos, and I got one coming out soon where I have a fellow, another lady narrator doing some voice lines, and just for like from my tone. Sometimes I'll just be like, you know what, I'll just read it.
I think the only time I made an exception to that rule was with a collaboration that we were on. The origin story of the decayed doe.
Oh yeah, I was the little hunter guy that was.
You were the little hunter guy, yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing: most of that story is told in the perspective of a doe, which is a female deer. So.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I always thought the doe was just like pubescent deer.
Oh no, that's the female. Don't you know the song?
Yeah.
A doe, a deer, a female deer.
Yeah. In case you can't tell, that was just me being extremely sarcastic, but not very well.
Okay, I couldn't tell. That's good acting.
Yeah. And the award of best sarcasm goes to this guy. Oh,
goes to Bray.
Thank you so much.
Instead of Bray, the banner say narrative noob.
Yeah.
It goes to this guy. Oh. Cindy says that she is still here. Well, that's good, Cindy. It's always fun. We always have fun.
I don't know why the name Cindy immediately makes me think of the franchise Scary Movie.
Because, well, why? You really need me to explain why, or is that more sarcasm? The main character is called Cindy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not comparing you to the characters, just the name made me think of it.
Duchess says that she likes my seductive woman's voice. Okay. There's nothing weird about that. She also says sometimes Kitty cat, no, that's my mouse. Not an edible mouse. Duchess also says sometimes I will use a voice changer so I can sound more like a man. Well, Duchess, by all means, if you need any lines done by a guy, just hit up me, TJ, or Narrative Noob here, and we'll happily do it for you.
Yes, and I'm willing to help out my fellow narrator in Christ.
Dreadful also says, I think you can get around that by changing the cadence. Alright, so about me doing the female voice. I mean, now I have to do all the work to change my cadence? I think not.
I already run a successful channel in a live stream, and I read and pick. I gotta add to it now.
Again, I'm not that popular yet. Duchess says also thank you so much for the offer.
Yeah.
You're very much welcome, Duchess.
Yeah. I don't remember like if you had mentioned, and I know earlier when you were talking about like it seemed like good narrators come and go because of the lack of motivation.
Right. Yes.
No, I know that there was one that I don't know if you mentioned it, mainly because I don't remember the name of her or her channel or their channel, but they had like read a story called like The Woodland Seat.
The Woodland Seat. It sounds from. Is that from Cozy Horror? Wait, hold on.
I think so. I mean, I don't remember the name of the channel, but I did listen to her story of it, or her reading of it, and it was really good.
Woodland Seat was it, right?
Yeah, The Woodland Seat. I mean, I know I also narrated it because I just liked that story.
Alright, so I don't think Cozy did that one.
Yeah, I can't remember what her name was, but I know I heard someone else narrate it. Let's get it.
There is a Dr. Plague. Oh, a colleague.
Yeah, Dr. Plague. He's another guy. Yeah, he's the author of it.
Oh, he's the actual author.
Yeah, I know his name on other things, like on Reddit, where I heard that was like Chris. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know it's different. But
Oh, look at that! That is your video. Yeah, I found it.
yeah, that's mine. But I know somebody else narrated it, and I loved her voice for it. And I was just like, it's such a good story. I want to read it.
If you should you find her again, do send me the link, because I'm only finding you and Dr. Plague when I type in The Woodland Seat.
It's just a thing, because like it was.
The rest are tutorials how to make hangmat seats and trees, which is, I suppose, the same.
Yeah, you got either two people reading a story about like a haunted, like a possessed chair in the middle of the woods, or
Right.
how to make a chair.
Also, thank you, Dreadful Anecdotes. So, Dreadful says, well, I'm going to head out again. You take care now. I'll make sure to spread the word about Tapes of Trepidation and Narrative Noob. Take care. You too, my man. You too, Dreadful. You have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day, Dreadful. Tapes of Trepidation. Some really good stuff.
Cindy says also, I'll see you all later. Things need looking after. You too, Cindy. You have a great day. You have a great day or evening where you are. And we'll see you in the next one.
You're around, Cindy.
Now, speaking of, shall we get back to the readings?
Yes, so I have like 2 stories that I want to read, but I don't know if I should like let the chat decide which one or.
Well, that's very well, we can do it very simple. I can make a poll,
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I probably should have just made the choice anyways, but I just figured give them a little interaction, you know?
Oh, sure.
So two of the stories, and one was actually mentioned a lot earlier with TJ, was this story of his that I read that essentially got us in contact with each other.
Oh.
It was I Wish They Wouldn't Come Knocking. I figured I'd pay a little homage to that, to be like I wouldn't be here if I hadn't read that story.
Now, what story was that you
The
said?
other one is a very, very short one that I wrote myself called One More Game.
I'll just keep a little suspense in it. I'll put in the poll, I mean, creepypasta story or self-written story.
Yeah.
That should keep it a little interesting.
Drink some water.
And here we go, chat, by all means. Voting commences now.
Yes.
And now we wait.
Yeah. Oh.
In the meantime, are you going to use the icon that your partner made
Yeah.
as the official channel banner?
Huh.
Or just for profile pic reasons?
Yeah. I know I put it as my profile picture.
I mean, as a profile picture, it's actually pretty neat.
Yeah.
I love the explanation she also give with it. It just... because I don't have it right for me. It was about how you keep the world in tendrils and strings.
Yeah.
Oh wow, 3 votes in and it's already self-written story.
Oh. TJ might come back and hear me read you the story maybe later.
Who knows?
I don't know how much time we got left, but
Who knows, who knows?
who knows?
Four votes in, still the self-written story.
Oh.
Well, I think I know what you'll be reading.
Yeah. Just let me go back to try to find it again.
Do take your time. In the meantime, I'm gonna take myself... I'm gonna do a little refill on my end.
Alrighty.
Excuse me, madam? Yes? What up? Little one wants attention again. Oh, Lulu, you're still here. Welcome. I thought Lulu was gone by now. Okay.
Oh, I know you're still here. So I do have it up and ready, just whenever. Okay,
So as soon as you found the story, I'll just end the poll there.
yeah, I found it.
Found it? Okay.
Yeah.
It's 4 votes in. I don't think there will be any votes coming in at this point, so there we go.
Yeah, so I will say that, like, just a little backstory on it is that, like, there is this writing prompt that I saw that honestly I would love to see other people tackle, where it's like to write a story where it ends and begins with the same sentence, but the meaning changes by the end.
Oh.
And I uploaded this to a subreddit, and I had to keep it under 500 words, so it's not very long, and so it probably may not be as fleshed out as I would have liked.
Oh, that's
But
fine.
no. But from feedback I've heard from other people, were like, yeah, this is pretty good.
Well, then by all means, don't keep us in suspense.
Alright. Yeah. I hope I didn't hype it up and then people just be like, wow, this sucks. Alright.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Off you go.
Alright. Here we go. This is one more game written by me. I just want to play one more game. A weary smile spread across the man's face as his young daughter handed him the dice. They'd been playing Parcheesi for a couple of hours now, as it was her favorite game. Okay, one more, and it's bedtime, he said with a stern but loving expression. They rolled the dice, moving their pieces across the board, racing to beat the other. Eventually, one last dice toss declared the girl the victor yet again. She giggled as he picked her up, and began to tickle her. He laughed so hard that no noise came out of her. Soon after, her eyes grew heavy as her father carried her up the stairs and into bed. I love you, Daddy, she tiredly called out. His heart swelled with joy and sadness as he processed her words. I love you too, Pumpkin. He put out the lights, save for her teddy bear nightlight, and closed the door. After a few hours, he was sure she had drifted off into a deep slumber. He got up and made his way to the basement, locking the door behind him. He came into view of the young man chained up in the corner. His broken and bruised body cowered away. He tried to beg for him to stop, but the stitches in his lips wouldn't allow it. The despair was mostly visible in the puffy eyes and the tear-stained cheeks. Stop crying, you little bitch, he threatened. He examined his table, deciding what to use this time. He collected a needle and a paralyzing agent. He crouched down in front of the man, non-verbally begging him to let him go. With a cold, inhuman gaze, he injected the paralytic into him as he prepared to have his fun. He brought a knife up to the man's stomach, rubbing alcohol ready for later. I just want to play one more game. That's the end of that. It was uploaded to the short, scary story subreddit called One More Game.
Short, scary stories. Now that's a subreddit that I think I started out with stories from that particular subreddit. Now you mention it.
Yeah.
I haven't really gotten into that subreddit in a long time. I wanted longer videos, you know.
Yeah,
And that's when I started to move to Lovecraft and longer Reddit stories and stuff like that, like the Tree Down West on the channel. But yeah, sometimes I just keep forgetting how short and impactful those stories can be if they really are written well.
Yeah.
You said you've written this.
Yeah, I wrote it myself. And then I kind of realized as I was reading it that I kind of probably could have rearranged the wording a bit to just sound a little better, so I kind of did that. But, regardless.
I mean, for what it is, it's actually a good short little story.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to, kind of leave a little bit of ambiguity, given that this is a short, scary story and it's a guy playing a game with his daughter, you're just okay, what's the twist? What's wrong? And I know I've seen other people kind of comment on what they had expected. They were okay, is his daughter actually dead and he was just hallucinating her, or did he kidnap her, or is there something going on here?
Right.
And then it's just completely different. And then there's even more questions, just okay, why does this guy have a just a random dude chained up in his basement.
This just things to make you think, you know. Jesus.
Yeah.
Cindy also says that she loves that subreddit. Also the No Sleep subreddit. Yes, the No Sleep subreddit has a few legends of Reddit stories in there too, if you ask me.
Yeah. I get some of my stuff from there too. Well, not my stuff, like, where I get stories to narrate on my channel. But...
Oh yeah. Apparently, and I don't know if you're familiar, but apparently the Smiling Man is from No Sleep.
Oh, a smile? Wait, wasn't that the one where it's like the dude's walking down the street and there's this dude with this really big smile just dancing down the street?
The same one, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm just making sure I was thinking the same one, unless there's another one called the Smiling Man.
I actually covered that story on my channel too, but I think it's in need of a remaster. Like, that's something I've been considering a little while now. So some of the older videos on my channel, to bring it to the same quality as how I make videos now. Because back then it was just one image and you can go ahead and listen. But nowadays I'm more... nowadays it's basically because I view YouTube as a video platform foremost, you know? So in my mind, at least have a few more images that are connected to the story to, you know, change the visuals up a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, at least...
I just realized I can probably count on, like, one hand the number of videos I've done that.
Yeah. But I also now add subtitles to the video. I also now add subtitles to the videos, which is a bit more meticulous work, but still. It's easier to follow along the story, apparently. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to bring that quality of videos to some of the older stories I did, like the Smiling Man. Imagine if I could do that with sound effects of someone tiptoeing behind you.
Yeah.
That would be so fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I know that, like, that would be freaking creepy. I mean, I know I'm gonna, like, experiment that in, like, an upcoming video that I'm doing to someone. Just, like, working on adding a little... I know something else I realize I do is kind of inconsistent. Like, most of the time I just read, and I put music, and then make, like, a creepy image and just let that. But sometimes I will, like, add sound effects.
Right.
In some of my stories. Like, I know I did a lot of it in one called, like, The Blue Man, which, honestly, I think that's a pretty good story.
Actually sounds...
Other people covered. I added, like, a bunch of... Probably the most sound effects I've added in one video, and I was just like, it's a lot of work, but it came out good.
I mean, yeah. Of course. Let me see, Duchess. Do the subtitles help, or do they make a difference? Well, that is a very good question, Duchess. So, wait, do you think people like subtitles on the videos? Well, that's the thing. So, I went with subtitles two ways, Duchess. One way is to just copy-paste it on text and then put it in the video itself and let YouTube handle it, but my OCD did not allow that YouTube tend to put the subtitles in the wrong places of the words that were said. Which is...
Sometimes you just say the wrong thing too, cause...
Yeah, it's just so abysmal. And then I started to, like, copy-paste the texts, like from Reddit, and put them on a text format, and then upload that to YouTube as well, so they can automatically put the right words in. And then again, so that the right words are there, but still in the wrong place. And I got frustrated with that. Especially during the segments where I am in character, with the voice filter on. And I basically give a little summary of the story I just told, like the DrTorment note segments. But yeah, the words just came in all the wrong places, or they were rushed in like half a second, and then I'm already in the other sentence while they are still like in the story. I hated that. I hated that so much. So yeah, I put in my own subtitles in the videos itself now, so now YouTube can't muck it up. Do they help make a difference? For me, yes, because now I always read the stories, but when you're down and you edit the subtitles in, you can actually time it with certain sound effects now too, which is just fantastic. It's just fantastic. It can also help with how you tell the story and how the tone and intonation will be. Like sometimes you put in 3 dots, and sometimes you don't, if you feel like it. Do you think people like subtitles on the videos? Well, oh, there's Lulu already. I was about to say, well, Lulu likes them so far. And there's Lulu saying, I like the subtitles. Yeah.
Whatever reason,
But-
whenever I like watch a movie or something, like I've gotta have subtitles on, otherwise I can't hear the movie.
That is actually something I wanted to touch on as well, because I realize I do have a bit of a peculiar accent, and sometimes I pronounce things a little off, which I can fully live with. But I can understand when a native speaker is like, this asshole. So yeah, so that's why I put in the subtitles, so even if I mispronounce things, this is the word I mean.
Yeah.
And you can put it in context that it's what word it is yourself. It does kind of help with that, though.
Yeah.
But with that all said, I think I should get my story ready now too.
Yeah.
So mine as well is from Short Scary Stories. It's a story I have done on the channel a while ago. It's a good story. It's nothing supernatural, but it would still be gripping and fun. It's called Game Over by Waiting for Mid-Moon. And without further ado, shall I dive into it?
Yes.
Okie dokie, then here we go. Game Over by Waiting for Mid-Moon. Hello? Detective Williams. You're finally alone in your office, came a smooth voice on the other end of the line. What? Who is this? You can call me the Game Master. His voice was deep and creepily calm. What do you want? What do I want? I want to play a game, detective. A game of the mind. My stomach churned with unease. I did not like where this was going. What's the game? It's simple, really. I give you a riddle and you solve it. You'll save a life. There's 3 riddles altogether, rising in difficulty as we go, and you have 10 seconds to guess the answer. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Whose life will I be saving? Ah, every good game has a surprise, detective, so you'll just have to wait to find out, he chuckled. So, are you ready for the first riddle? Okay, go ahead. I had to play along. I couldn't exactly hang up and potentially risk 3 people's lives. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? 7 seconds in. A whisper, I guessed. Correct! Well done, detective. You saved the first life. Woo! Okay. Are you ready for the second riddle? My hands trembled with nerves and I tried to pull them off topic. What do you want from me? From this? I want you to play the game, detective. I clenched my jaw and braced myself. Okay, go ahead. I can be cracked, made, told, and played. What am I? 5 seconds in. A code, I guessed. Correct! Well done, detective. You're getting better at this, he praised. Right, this is the final riddle, which means it has the highest prize. Highest prize? Okay, it's time for the game surprise. Why don't you go and look out your window, detective? Confused, I glanced out of the window. I don't see anything. Take a closer look. You might see someone. What? What are you talking about? Then my heart skipped a beat as I noticed a little girl skipping in the puddles in the street below. Oh, I whispered. I'm looking down the sight of a sniper rifle, detective. Better get this last one right. Oh, and there's a time limit of 15 seconds for this one. I'm not that mean. Jeez, gotta give the little one a chance at least. No, you leave her alone. Enough. Enough of this, I screamed. The only way to save her life, detective, is to answer the riddle correctly. His voice still low and calm. Ready? I took a deep breath. Yes. I am not alive, but I can grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, yet water kills me. What am I? 13, 14, 15. Time is up, detective. I don't know. Oh well, that's just too bad, detective. Seems this precinct game ends with a little bang. This precinct? I whispered. Game over, detective. The line went dead. And that was Game Over by Waiting for Midmoon from Short Scary Stories, a favorite subreddit of ours. Also, hello Interscare, welcome to the stream, welcome.
Oh, welcome. What was it? Yeah, I think I actually might have had that story on a list of things I might consider reading in the future.
By all means, I have them on the channel too. I had a little bit too much fun with this one. I don't know, it's something about Game Master characters It's something about Game Master characters I really get into it. Like, oh, there's something so... you love to hate them.
Yeah, like Jigsaw.
Like Jigsaw. But this one was Sniper Rifle. Ah, Lulu, I love that story. I remember you reading that before. Yes, Lulu, and that's exactly why I love it too. I get a little into character there with the Game Master. Duchess too loved that story.
Oh, I love that we both read a story we've already read on our channels.
Oh, that's some good grape. That's some good grape juice I picked out on the store. Sorry, what was that?
I said it's pretty cool that we both have already read older stories from our channel before.
I mean, yeah, that's a thing. Sometimes the older stories, they have something to them. I don't know what it is. They just have something to them, and you just want to read them again. And that's why I was seriously considering, when I look at older stories on the channel, to remaster them, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where to start. Like, I did attempts in the past to redo some stories, but I'm not really happy with how they turned out still.
Yeah.
Duchess, love grape juice. Well, Duchess, come ahead. Come. Yeah, go get yourself also a glass of grape juice. This one is a lovely Bordeaux from Vie de Bordeaux, Appellation d'origine protégée. I'm going to guess this is a French one.
Yeah, sure. Can you tell who the American is?
I can take a wild guess.
Yes.
You're doing fine. Don't worry about it. Let me see. We have about 13 minutes left for the stream. Now, you said you had another story, right?
Yeah. Wait, did you say 13 or 30?
13.
Oh.
I mean, we can do it a little longer if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, chances are the story will probably end up. It's definitely gonna go over 13. I don't want to overstay my welcome, you know. But
Oh, everyone's welcome. Don't worry about it. Everyone is welcome.
yeah. I hope that's okay at least.
Oh, it's fine. By all means, go ahead.
Alright.
So, what will you be reading for us?
Yeah, so my final story I will be reading was actually the one that was talked about earlier in the stream. I know I talked about it during a break, but
Mm-hmm.
it was the story that you and PJ talked about that essentially got me in touch with y'all.
All
And in
right.
a sense, if it wasn't for the story, I would not be here. Or maybe I could have, just been in different circumstances, but
We have
yeah.
a lot to owe to these stories.
Yeah. Yeah, I picked a lot of the sentimental ones to me.
Well then, don't let me stop you. You may
Alright.
proceed.
Alright. This is I Wish They Wouldn't Come Knocking, written by the Dread Files, uploaded to Scary Stories subreddit. The following has been transcribed from a note found in an abandoned residence. I wish they wouldn't come knocking, late at night when I'm sleeping. For when I wake, in a terrified state, I can hear them knock, knock, knocking. I wrote that when I was 10 or maybe 11, whatever age you are in grade 5. We just finished our poetry unit in English class and we had to write something. Most of my classmates wrote some cheesy bullshit about their parents' family, or a couple even wrote about their playground crushes. Me? Well, I wrote about my personal torment. What kind of a torment can a 10-year-old have? Like the ghosts of the dead, keeping you up at night, of course. Okay, I gotta go back, like way back to when we first moved into our house. My parents worked their asses off so that they could finally buy our little family off. My parents worked their asses off so they could finally buy our little family of 4 a home to call our own. No more paying rent to some lazy asshole who couldn't be bothered to fix a fucking hole on our roof. I swear, that guy would watch my mom through the window sometimes and... Sorry, I'm getting off topic. The point is, we were all really excited to have a place to call our own. The pride my father had, he took us by the hand and led us through each room. He was simply gleaming. It was a raised bungalow with 2 bedrooms upstairs and an unfinished basement. And if I'm being honest, as happy as I was to finally have our own space, I remember being a little upset with dear old Dad. You see, once we got to the house, he informed me that I would need to share a bedroom with my little sister until my room was finished. Share a room with her? No way! I yelled at my father from across the room. She will get into all my stuff and want me to play dolls with her. You said I'd get my own room. This isn't fair. I spat as I stomped on my way outside to sit in the car. Geez, looking back on this moment, I was such a fucking brat. My parents left me alone in the car for a few minutes before my father came came strolling out, with his hands in his pockets while looking down at the ground. I can't imagine what must have been going through his mind after what I said. The personal triumph he must have felt stripped away with my little outburst. He never showed it, though. My father was the most patient, kind-hearted man I ever knew. He opened the car door and knelt down to be at eye level with me and spoke in a soft voice. I promised you your room, and you'll have it as soon as possible. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in the basement, but once I do that, you'll have your own room, and a rec room as well. I sighed quietly to myself, thinking back then I knew what a little brat I'd just been. I turned and looked at my father. Yeah, that sounds cool, Dad. Thank you, and I'm sorry. As I finished the half-assed apology, my dad immediately picked me up out of the car, threw me over his shoulder, and carried me inside. At the same time, I laughed and screamed for him to let me go. We had pizza for dinner, spent the night playing games, and after that, Mom made pancakes. After that, we got to work unpacking, and my dad finished the basement. I grew up in that house until I was 18, went to college, got a great job, and we all lived happily ever after. The end. Huh. What a nice thought. Doesn't it make for a better story? And they all lived happily ever after. What? Guy can't live in fantasy while telling his life story? Fine. You're not fun. It was a few weeks until my dad had finished up my room in the basement. I can't stress enough how excited I was to finally have my own space. My sister was a sweet girl, but a man needs his own space to be, sometimes, The day my dad came to start moving my stuff... Oh my god, I am messing up so much. The day my dad came to start moving my stuff downstairs was one of the best days ever. When I walked into the room, I was shocked at how awesome everything looked. He had painted the room just how I wanted it. The only thing left unfinished was the wall at the back of the room. It was an outside wall and was actually just concrete. It looked very cool and finished like that. Very modern. I was so excited to run around my room, set my things up how I wanted them, and not have to worry about playing tea time anymore. He set my bed up in the corner of the room with the concrete wall at the head of my bed. There's nothing but dirt on the outside of this wall, buddy, so it might get a little cold at night. My dad said as he laid his hand flat on the wall. Of course, the first night in my new room was a little scary, seeing I had never slept in a room alone before. My mom came down to tuck me in, and I asked if he could leave the light on. She told me Dad had installed a timer on it, so he set it for an hour and left me to sleep. I fell asleep after tossing and turning for a few minutes. After the first night, I slept great in my new room, and would get up a little early to play every morning before Mom called me upstairs for breakfast. Second week that I was living in that room, I decided to stay up late to finish playing a game I borrowed from a friend. There's nothing like playing a game in a dark room with nothing but the screen's light, am I right? I struggled to keep my eyes open, so I turned off the game and got in bed. I was just about to sleep when I heard a strange noise. Knock, knock, knock. The noise was quiet, but deliberate. I looked around the room for a second before thinking it was just the pipes. Dad told me that I might hear some strange noises like that. My eyes grew heavy again, and just before I fell asleep, I heard the noise again. Knock, knock, knock. There was no mistaking it. There was a knocking sound coming from somewhere in my room. I jumped up, ran over to my light, turned it on, only to find the room was empty, quiet. The knocking sound repeated several more times before I realized where it was coming from. The concrete wall behind my bed. There was no doubt in my mind a person was making the noise. Now, I was just a kid, but I had my pride. I wanted to run upstairs and scream for my parents, but I also didn't want them to think their son was a big baby. I may not have been the brightest kid out there, but even I knew that a person couldn't be on the other side of the wall after all. There was just dirt on the other side, right? I stood there, staring at the wall for hours until the knocking suddenly stopped. Cautiously walked up to the wall and pressed my ear up against it, feeling the cold concrete sting. Couldn't hear anything after that. And after a few seconds, I turned off my light, climbed back into bed. I didn't know it at the time, but this would be the first night my torment would start. Every night, like 7 months, I would get woken up by that damn knocking. Without fail, I'd be fast asleep and would shoot up out of bed in a cold sweat to the sound of knocking just behind my head. I mentioned it to my parents so many times. My dad was perplexed at what it might be and called a few contractors. None of them had any answers beside the house from me. None of them had any answers aside from the house expanding. We ended up moving my bed across the room, but the damn knocking just got louder. I felt like I hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in years. My schoolwork was being affected. Friends said I was acting down. Hell, even my teachers were concerned, especially after that lovely little poem I wrote. My parents were at a loss. They tried sleeping in the room with me, but they never heard the sound. Only I heard it. I would wake up my dad and point to the wall, but he never heard the knock. He pressed his ears right up against the wall and never heard it. I thought I was losing my mind. So did my parents. Shortly after this, my parents decided to get me some professional help. Let me tell you, seeing a psychiatrist as a kid was one of the most awkward experiences of my short life. You gotta understand, I had a wonderful childhood before all this late night knocking nonsense. The shrink asked me whether or not anyone was touching me or it ever made me feel uncomfortable. He was trying to piece together trauma that could be causing these issues, but there was nothing to piece together. I got so mad. How dare she even begin to accuse my parents of this kind of shit? We got nowhere after a few sessions, but Stig diagnosed me with night terrors. All that work, and the only answer she had to give us was fucking night terrors. So I kept waking up every night to that goddamn knocking. My parents finally decided to move me upstairs at the psychiatrist's recommendation, but it didn't work. No matter where I slept, I could still hear the knocking. It doesn't make any sense, but then again, this stuff never does, right? I didn't want to have friends over. I felt even further behind in school, and let's just say my overall mood was less than stellar. I was tormented by what was... I was tormented by whatever was knocking on the wall every night. I was at the end of my rope. Needed it to stop. They needed to go away. I had to get some peace and quiet. I needed to get some fucking sleep. Finally, one night, I had enough. I woke up the same as always, breathing heavily in a cold sweat to the sound of the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Jumping out of bed, I screamed as loud as possible, "Leave me alone!" And slammed my fist against the wall. I instantly recoiled in pain for a second, but returned to banging my hand against the wall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before I stopped. was silence. For the first time at night, the only sound in my room was my own breathing. It was so peaceful. I must have stood there, just taking in the silence for an hour. But it was broken by a most gentle sound. Knock, knock, knock. I'm not sure what compelled me to answer, but I did. I walked up to the wall, placed my hand against it, and responded. Knock, knock, knock. There was nothing but silence, and I felt relief wash over me. I took a few deep breaths and turned back to get in bed. Suddenly, a new sound rang out through my room. Cracking. I turned around and looked at the wall to see a large crack spreading throughout it. Before I knew it, the crack was all the way up the wall. I screamed for my parents when the wall gave way and tons of dirt fell onto the floor. The force of the wall giving way and the dirt piling in my room knocked me over. Some soil fell onto my legs. I could hear my parents from upstairs yelling, and I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked at the stairs. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked down at the dirt. Very slowly, a decaying hand pushed its way out and grabbed a hold of me. Soon, several more hands moved their way out of the dirt, pulling decaying bodies out of the earth that spilled into my room. There were several of them. They all looked at me before moving towards the sound of my parents yelling. I couldn't make a noise, not because I didn't want to, but because a cold, slick hand had grabbed me by the throat and squeezing the life out of me. I looked upon the face of what I believe was once a man. His skin had almost rotted off, but he had just enough left to smile at me as I heard my parents' blood-curdling screams. So you probably have a few questions, I guess. Like, what happened to my sister? Where did they come from? Why did these undead people storm into your home and kill your family? What happened to you, and how the hell are you sharing the story with us? Well, I'll give you the short answers. I'm confident to say that my sister is very dead. I'm sure they did to her what they did to my parents, which, well, decaying dead people don't like to see fresh skin of living people. As far as where they came from, well, came from the dirt. Specifically from my backyard and surrounding neighborhood. Years ago, this area used to be a cemetery. The greedy bastards in this town decided to relocate the graves and sell this area for development. The only thing is, they didn't move the bodies. They just took their headstones. Just think, you're enjoying your afterlife, then suddenly you're awoken and don't remember your name. They stole your goddamn name. Why did these dead do it? It's obvious, isn't it? Revenge. They want revenge on everyone who disturbed their rest and stole their names from them. The lack of respect for the dead must be punished. We bought the house, making us guilty. Finally, what happened to little old me? Do you remember our friend missing most of the skin on his face? He dragged me by my throat into the dirt as I kicked and tried to scream. The last thing I saw was the bloody face of my father as he tried to reach out for me, right before one of my new undead friends tore the skin from his face. A very unpleasant thing to witness for a kid. So, now here we are. After the undead killed my family, they all returned to the dirt where we've been ever since. The only thing is, I can't seem to die. It's been years, and even though I can't seem to breathe, I've yet to die. Sure, my body started to decay, but I'm still conscious of everything around me. I've grown up here in the dirt, surrounded by the undead who crave revenge. They speak to me, or at least try to. Hard to talk when you don't have a tongue. I'm angry too. Do you understand why? My life was stolen from me, but I don't blame my new family. They needed to do what they felt was right. I understand their pain. For now, I feel it too. I don't remember my name, father's name, sister's name, mom's name, or even my family name. It's gone. I could feel the hole in my memory where this information used to be, making it harder to accept. It was stolen from me just like my family's life, and it's all too much to bear. But what choice do I have? I'm stuck here in this eternal prison, and you know who I blame for this? Do you? I blame you. If you are reading this note I left, understand that we blame you for the fate that has befallen us, all because you live in the town my family once called home. Maybe it's a stroke of terrible luck that you wound up here. You scream you had nothing to do with what happened to us. We don't care. You will understand our pain. You will pay for the greed that disturbed our rests and stole our names. We blame you. So, if late one night you wake up screaming and can hear us knock, knock, knocking, don't be afraid. Just answer us and give us our revenge. And that was I Wish They Wouldn't Come Knocking, written by the Dread Files, posted to the Scary Stories subreddit.
That was very, very well written, Bray. Narrated Bray. Wow, okay, sorry. Like, wow.
You alright, Doc?
Yeah, no, I'm alright, don't worry about it. So, yeah, the chat actually agrees with me. So, while you were reading, there have been some comments, most of them from me. So, I basically said that I seriously love how you get into the story itself. It makes it more lifelike and grittier. Lulu says that she really was enjoying the story, and also, wow, that's amazing. She's also giving you claps. TJ has sprung in back again and says, brilliant work, Bray. He came back into here, narrative noob, absolutely killing it, rereading a story of mine.
Yeah, I wanted to read that one as well. As I said before I started reading, I don't think I would be here if I hadn't come across that story, so...
Right. I mean, to be fair, I don't think we would have met if it weren't for me narrating another of TJ's stories. She Won't Stop Screaming. Which was also from the same subreddit as you got it from. I wanted to do another story.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted actually to do another story, but TJ said when it... Yes, indeed. So he's just saying in the chat, I'm also the Dread Files, by the way, for those who aren't aware. So TJ, who also runs the Dread Files subreddit.
Yes, I probably should have...
I wanted to do...
a little more here, but... Yeah.
I just wanted to do a whole other story at first, but he was going to narrate that one himself, and he didn't want to be any confusion. So he sent me the other story, She Won't Stop Screaming. I got to work with that, and that's how we met. That's how he got me invited into his Discord, and there we are.
Wow.
Lulu, I have heard of the Dread Files. Well, Lulu, now you've met the creator.
Mm-hmm. Good old Mr. TJ Hodder.
He's a bit of a nut job, but he's a lovable nut job.
Yes. You see, the nut jobs are the best people to hang out with.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And I know, because I am one. I befriend a lot of loonies.
What was that at the end? I didn't catch that.
Oh, I said I befriend a lot of loonies.
We are a good company then.
Yeah.
While you were reading, I also... Sorry?
Isn't a loony like a Canadian $1 coin or something?
That's a very good question. TJ, you are from Canada. Is a loony a $1 coin or something in Canada?
Yeah, and then you got the toonie, which is like the $2 coin.
The thing is, I want to dispute that, but at the same time, it sounds like such silly words it actually might be. And there we go. TJ says it. It is indeed. Lol.
Honestly, I think that's actually kind of like a big brain thing, because how can you be intimidated when someone comes up to you robbing your bank? Like, give me all your loonies and toonies, eh?
Huh. Huh.
It's kind of big brain.
Like, yeah, who wants to rob that?
You can't take
Oh
it
god. Toonie is indeed $2, he says. Yeah, okay, now we know.
Yeah.
Why does Canada have all these silly little words going on for simple things?
Yeah. I can't imagine being of Canada. There's a loony.
Did you just say Canada?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you
I
all
like
right?
saying Canada because it's just silly.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, it's like, hey, so yeah, thanks for reading my story. Here's a loony for your time, a toonie for your wife, from Money's Cartoons, our milks and bags. Yeah,
God damn.
totally did not just steal that off of a JonTron video.
No,
But
totally
I did.
not.
I'm not original. I don't have any original humor of my own. I'm a fraud.
The Lord judges you in silence.
Oh, that's the worst kind of judgment.
The silent one. No. Let me see. While you were reading, I also went ahead and started a poll, again, what I should be reading. Because I was heavily doubting between two, because your story was about the undead, so I thought, maybe a zombie story. Of a zombie that is self-aware in the mind, but not in action. Gets a little gritty. And the other one is Gateway of the Mind, which is a bit of a classic creepypasta.
I love that one.
It's also been a long while for that one. Both have been a long while. So I thought, yeah, let's see. And we have 6 votes in. 5 are saying Gateway of the Mind, and 1 is saying I Hate Eating, which is that zombie story. Both, by the way, are also on the channel, so if you are if you're someone that would rather hear the zombie story, once again, it's on the channel. Just type in the title. I think I'm also... No, I'm not gonna say that.
What's the name of it? I Hate Eating?
I Hate Eating.
Huh. I have to check that one out. Yeah, I've also read Gateway of the Mind on my channel too.
It's a nice little story, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I find it funny that it says it's 2 minutes to read, but to narrate it's like 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Give or take. I'm gonna end the poll too, because I think after these 6 votes nothing else is gonna come in there.
Basically everybody's has had their say.
Yeah, basically. So, the people have chosen Gateway of the Mind, which is a creepypasta all about love, understanding, and of course the light of God touching your mind.
Exactly.
All of that are lies.
If you want to get, if you want to get close to God, just listen to this story.
You won't get any closer to the Lord Almighty than this.
You're right.
So then, without further ado, from the dredges of creepypasta, Gateway of the Mind. Is there a name I should credit here? Or no, before I start?
I haven't seen one.
No, Anonymous, alright. Written by Anonymous from the dredges of creepypasta. Got it. From, 2009. Okay. In 1983, a team of deeply pious scientists conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. They believed that the five senses clouded our awareness of eternity, and without them a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing left to live for was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all his senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. With no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world, he was alone with his thoughts. Scientists monitored him as he spoke aloud about his state of mind in jumbled, slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head. Assuming it was an onset of psychosis, the scientists paid little attention to the man's concerns. 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking to him, and even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued, but were not convinced until the subject started naming dead relatives of the scientists. He repeated personal information to the scientists that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of scientists left the study. After a week of conversing with the deceased through his thoughts, the subject became distressed, saying the voices were overwhelming. In every waking moment, his consciousness was bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response. He begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. This tactic worked for 3 days, until he started having severe night terrors. The subject repeatedly said that he could see and hear the deceased in his brain. In his dreams, wow. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his non-functional eyes, hoping to sense something in the physical world. The hysterical subject now said the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and the end of the world. At one point, he yelled, "No heaven, no forgiveness," for 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed, but the scientists were convinced that he was close to establishing contact with God. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientist rushed into the test chamber and restrained him to a table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, the subject had to be manually rehydrated due to the constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head, and despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with a scientist for the first time in the study. He whispered, I have spoken with God, and he has abandoned us. And his vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. And that was Gateway of the Mind, a classic creepypasta.
That is always a good one. You never go wrong with that one.
Can never go wrong with the good old creepypasta like that.
Right. Because I know, like when I would a little, I don't know if it's egotistical or not, or just, I mean, I've been reassured it's not, but sometimes I will, listen to, my own videos and my own narrations, and I don't like how I narrate it.
Right.
If it makes sense. But, I know I've played it before for, my partner, and she was, just, almost every time, she's just, I cannot imagine, not having any of your senses and just going crazy like that. Like being in that position that guy was in. God.
You can just imagine. My God.
Yeah, not being able to see, hear, smell, taste, or feel anything.
Complete deprivation.
Yeah, and if you've ever played the new God of War games and know about Boulder, who lost his ability to smell.
Oh yes, Boulder.
Feel, and he went insane.
And he could still see and hear and talk.
Yeah, he could still see and hear, but all his other senses were gone, and he went crazy.
And that was just touch with him, right?
He said touch was the big one, but he had also mentioned was that he couldn't taste anything and he couldn't smell anything either.
Oof.
So basically, any physical sensations, good or bad, he could not feel. God, I just can't imagine living like that.
That's just its own form of torture already. Good intentions are all well and good, Mama Frey, but yeah, I didn't think that far ahead with a son.
Yeah, that's one thing. If he had elected and chose to have that happen to him, if he wanted to have that, but he didn't. It was done to him without his permission.
Yeah, I think she did that as a kid. Well, he was a kid, right? Oh well, whatever a kid is in terms of godhood.
Yeah, I think he was still an adult, but I don't know.
I think it would be more traumatizing if he was a kid. As an adult, yeah, sure, but you know, you have ways to cope with that as an adult. But with a kid, it gets a little more difficult then. Wait, let me have a little look in the chat here, because I see you have another fan.
Oh, I do?
Oh yes, Does the name Tristan Mitchell Sean say something to you? If I said.
Yes, well, that is my brother.
Yeah. Well, he says I have an amazing brother. Narrative Noob is the best big brother. Proud of him.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Well, that's all right, Tristan. We are all a little proud of him today.
Yeah. I was very nervous when I first started my part on this, but
You got into it well.
I got into it.
I see Scary Story Society is back again. Hello, welcome.
Welcome back.
Duchess says, I could listen to you narrate stories all night long, Dr. Torment. Well, here's the thing, Duchess. I could narrate stories all night too if I wanted to, but sleep is fun too. You should try it. It's a fun little thing I like to do after 2 a.m. It's like it's almost 1:30 a.m. here, by the way, just as context.
It's almost 8:30 for me.
Must be fun.
7:30.
Must be fun for you.
Yeah.
Lulu says, I have enjoyed the readings tonight and the guests have been great to listen to. Thank you all. Right, I thought she meant that she was already leaving, but here's the thing. I'm starting a new tradition where at the end of a stream I do a little Poe reading, like Edgar Allan Poe reading at the end of a stream. So I told her to, oh, wait a sec, I got another Poe incoming, Lulu. And she says, I'm still here, just wanted to say thank you to everyone. Okay.
Well, you're welcome, I suppose. Honestly, I'm just kind of curious. What was everyone's favorite story that we read?
That is a good question, chat. So, of all the stories read so far, what has been the favorite one?
Okay, I will make it a little easier. In this, you can have two different answers. The one during TJ's section and one during my section. Like, what's your favorite of each section, you know?
She'll make a poll out of it.
A little bit easier.
Actually, I'm not gonna make a poll out of that. That would be unfair. But yeah, chat, go ahead. Which story told by either Narrative Noob or TJ from Tapes Trepidation did you like?
Yeah.
Lulu says, I missed the first hour, so we'll have to do a rewatch. I will leave an answer in the comments later. That's alright, Lulu.
That's alright.
I mean, we have told plenty of stories. I still have, which reminds me, when we end the stream in a bit, go ahead and send me the links of the stories you've read, so I can also put them in the description of the video.
Okay.
So that everybody knows what we have been doing.
Yes.
Scary says that he is...
Friendly content.
Scary Story Society says enjoying the stories. Right, so I think this is... So here's the thing, chat. We have been going on for a solid 5.5 hours for this stream.
Oh, damn.
Oh yes. I think you even got more time than TJ at this point, because I think he had about 2.5.
Sorry, TJ. Didn't mean to throw you up there.
He broke your record, TJ. Well, that's fine.
Narrative Noob has overtaken TJ Hodder's time.
You'll have to up it. You'll have to up it for next time.
Yeah.
But that said,
We'll have to up the ante.
but that said, as of
Sorry. Just doing my bikini bottom.
there's
music impression.
no, that's fine. Oh, there's Nightmare again. Welcome back, Nightmare. We have been doing very well. We are about to end the stream. Narrative and I have done our last full story narrations of this one. And I wanted to end the stream with a small poetic narration of an Edgar Allan Poe work, if I find it. Ah, here. I'm just gonna prepare it here. And then, there we go. Well, yes, Nightmare, we do enjoy the evening. I mean, it's like 1:30 a.m. for me, so, you know, good morning.
I will enjoy the evening. He will enjoy the morning. Or his nap, whenever. You gotta take his little nap after this.
I need to take my nappy.
I'm gonna take my little nap.
Naps are fun. But as promised, I do have something to close the stream off with, The Conqueror Worm by Edgar Allan Poe. So without further ado, let us proceed. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng, bewinged, bedight, in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast, formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings, invisible woe. That motley drama, oh be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chase for evermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth into the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin, and horror the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, the mimes become its food, and seraphs sob at vermin fangs, in human gore imbued. Out are the lights, out all, and from each quivering form the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, while the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy, man, and its hero, the Conqueror Worm. And there we have it, Edgar Allan Poe, The Conquering Worm. Perfectly displaying humanity on stage. Now, with that all said, Narrative Noob, do you have anything else to say for our viewers and audience?
Oh, well, I suppose a little little plug wouldn't do too bad.
A little wisdom, perhaps.
Let's see. Nothing's coming to mind. Because I'm trying to debate on whether to do like humorous wisdom or like legit wisdom. Indecisive much. But main thing I want to say is that this was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, that's all. That's
come back in the future. But,
that's the whole point of the live streams, man. Just to have a little bit of fun, hang out a little, and have interact with other people around.
Yeah.
That's what we do it all for.
Yeah. Yeah. So thanks for letting me come on.
Not a problem at all, man. We'll definitely do this again in the future. You and TJ have always an open invite with me. So if you ever feel a little bored and want to have another one of these live streams, just let me know, and I'll schedule you right in.
Alright.
Let me just have a little look at the chat before we sound off. Nightmare says it's 7:33 p.m. at their place. Alrighty. That must be fun. perfect ending story. Thank you. Very, very nice, says Duchess. Lulu says, thank you, Dr. T. Ah, there's TJ again from Tapes of Trepidation. Glad I caught the end. Perfect story to end off on. Thanks, Dr. T. Thanks, Narrative Noob. And thanks, everyone. Once again, TJ, thank you, because I can honestly say most of this would not be possible if not for your suggestion to read She Won't Stop Screaming.
Yeah. And I
That-
wouldn't be here if I hadn't come across that. I wish they would just have the knocking story.
We owe a lot to the guy. Yeah, we owe a lot to the guy, come think, but maybe we should not say it anymore, or else he'll hang it over our heads.
Yes, he will.
Yes, he would.
But yeah, so but in all seriousness though, thanks TJ for being basically the catalyst for all this.
Oh, yes.
And to support him, go check out Tapes of Trepidation. It's a really well made, probably one of the best horror narration podcasts I've heard. And I'm not just saying that, it's actually really good.
Lulu says the Duchess of Darkness has a live later. Well, here's the thing, Lulu. If I'm still awake, I'll hop on the live as well. But no promises, because I think her lives are at 3 a.m.-ish, my time.
Yeah. That is, yeah, unless you basically want Dr. Torment to turn into the Russian sleep experiment thing, then,
Oh, there's an idea.
yeah. I underwent the Russian sleep experiment just to catch a live stream.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, perhaps.
Yeah.
We'll s-
I know. I'm
I'm
excited.
getting-
This was a lot of fun.
getting
And I
ideas.
certainly have. I know I've got some ideas for some fun projects coming up in the future. So
Oh, me too now too. Yeah, me too as well.
yeah, so we both got our stuff going on our own channels that should be fun little projects, and hopefully you can
Definitely.
stop by, check them out.
Oh, definitely. And as a final word, all I can say is for Friday to keep an eye out, ladies and gentlemen, at the channel of Tapes of Trepidation, where I will be in a collaboration with TJ over at his channel. And of course for this Saturday, where I have another Lovecraft story ready for everyone. You can see the premiere already on the channel, and by all means send in the notification so you do know when it will premiere. Alright then, Noob, with that said, I'm going to sound you off here. I'm going to let you go.
All right, thank
Just,
you.
if you can just,
Listen, everyone.
I'll just mute you on my end, but stay on the Discord a little while longer.
Okay.
Alright then. Say goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody, and I hope to see you around.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Narrative Noob, who has graced us with his presence today. Now then, with that said, I also am going to end the stream as of this moment. If you enjoyed the stream, by all means, subscribe, like, and comment if you want to see more of this and other stories. And of course, if you want to be on the stream itself, simply reach out to me. Or if you know a friend that wants to be on it, again, just reach out to me. I'm always available on Discord, Instagram, and Twitter X. Until the next time we see each other, and remember, don't fall asleep ever.